AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 11:40 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Well, even for Draymond Green, this is kind of extreme, right? Getting thrown out of the second game in a row, back-to-back ejections for Draymond Green.
No, it's par for the course,
Actually,
right?
It's 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, yeah.
Because it was the Cleveland game.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
He talked some trash to Anthony Edwards
yes, 2
on
out of 3.
Sunday.
Right.
And then he got thrown out last night. Par for the course for Draymond Green.
And the whole thing started, in my opinion, and I'm not saying no one is blameless. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I think what happened was on the Warriors' first possession, Clay comes down, shoots an air ball, and then Jaden McDaniel said something about it, and then so the next time down the floor, Clay, instead of blocking him out, he just grabs McDaniel's jersey. McDaniels grabs Clay's jersey back as they head back down the floor. They start tussling, and then Rudy Gobert comes in, and then Draymond says, "Oh, this is my chance to lock up the big Frenchman."
You know, I was about to shoot a video in the parking lot because I wanted to send a message to Warriors fans. I was going to talk directly to Golden State Warriors fans, but I'll say it here on the Drive, guys, and I want my Kings fans to listen up also. They got to do something about that guy. He's unhinged right now. Draymond Green, his usefulness as a productive member of a basketball team is expiring. It's running out. Draymond Green is like that milk in your refrigerator, Whitey, that you see the expiration date and you know it's coming. So each day you open it up, you smell it. All right, it's still good. It's the next day, same thing, it's still good. Well, Draymond Green, you open him up, you smell him, it's not smelling good right now.
Right.
And if you're the Golden State Warriors, you can't let this continue. If you're Adam Silver, you can't let this continue, because what we saw last night is how the Malice at the Palace gets started. He escalated that to a different level. It was WWE SmackDown and Monday Night Raw all rolled into one. He was that guy in the locker room just watching on TV, and all of a sudden came running down the aisle, jumped in the ring, off the top rope, delivered the chokehold. That cannot happen in an NBA game.
There's 2 problems with what you said. Firstly, Steph Curry doesn't want him going anywhere. Steph Curry loves that expired milk. So from the Warriors standpoint, like, well, Steph wants him here, so we want Steph. Steph's got to be happy. So that's one reason they're kind of cross purposes. The other reason is, I don't know why, but everyone I think in the whole Warrior organization, they're terrified of Draymond. I don't know what it is. They never take any action against Draymond. But then secondly, from the NBA standpoint, I understand what you're saying and the importance of making sure you don't have another Malice in the Palace. But this is great for business.
Is it really?
It is, because it creates interest.
But there's a fine line, Whitey, because how far will it go, especially with the new TV deal coming up? What if Rudy Gobert or Karl Anthony Towns or one of his teammates said, you know what Draymond's doing, I'm going to go do it to him. And that's how it escalates. So I get it. It's the talk of the town. Yeah. But if you're Adam Silver, there were some great games last night. Mm-hmm. That Clippers-Nuggets game was an amazing game. We're not talking about basketball. We're talking about a fight. We're talking about Draymond Green. And so I understand when it comes to the NBA is probably the best league when it comes to this. Like, the interest of things that happen outside of actual basketball maybe matches, the interest. But there comes a certain point where it can go too far. And Draymond is a ticking time bomb right now. 3 straight games, Whitey, in which he's done something. We mentioned the Donovan Mitchell shove and the technical and ejection a couple of games ago. Anthony Edwards, he got into it with him. Some of the things that Draymond says on the court, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, who does this guy think he is? Is he on the playground in Flint? Or is he on an NBA basketball court? He needs to leave that playground crap on the playground. He has to be a professional. And if I'm Adam Silver, I'm whacking him. This is not a 1 game or 2 game suspension. This is 5 at minimum. Draymond has to sit down and chill for a little bit.
You know, if he misses 6, if it's 6, and I don't think it will be, but if it is, he would miss the Kings game.
No, I want him in that Kings game.
Yeah.
It has to be 5 because that Kings game is at Golden One Center.
Right.
We need to see him front and center, face to face. Domantas Sabonis needs to get some atonement. The Kings fan base needs to get some atonement. And so, can you imagine if that his first game back is that game against the Kings? Final in-season tournament game as well, nationally televised TNT.
I don't think he'll get 5. And I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree with it in principle, but you know the NBA wants as much Warriors as they can get. If Draymond is suspended for 5 games, even though, as you pointed out, he's not the player he was, I think that minimizes your chances of the Warriors doing well in this tournament, doing well in the playoffs. I think 3 is the most they would give him. We'll see. I think they'll give him like 2. But I also think the commissioner, he won't do this, but he should go to the Warriors and say, look, as an organization, you are enabling this.
Right.
Why? Why do you tolerate this time after time? You make my job easier. You make your own job harder. You make my job harder, I should say. Make your own job harder. Why do the Warriors as an organization tolerate this time after time after time?
But it's not just the Warriors as an organization, Whitey, and that's the problem with Draymond Green. It's the NBA. The NBA didn't suspend him for sucker punching Jordan Poole. Draymond Green, night in and night out, argues with the officials. The officials let him get away with a much longer leash than other players.
Yes, they do.
So the NBA, the Warriors, they're all enabling Draymond, and now he's become this caricature, this wrestling kind of figure. Remember, when he stomped on Sabonis, it wasn't just the stomp. It's his reaction to the crowd standing up on the bench, the seats right there, taunting the crowd. He has become a caricature, and I'm afraid it's almost going to go too far. That could have escalated quickly last night.
Yes, at least the NBA has taken some action against him. Have they taken enough? Probably not. But the Warriors haven't done anything. As you said, he punched Jordan Poole, and they said, well, he's going to be by himself for a little bit.
Right.
Did they suspend him? They didn't say he did. So if you don't announce it, then what good does it do? You're not suspending somebody if he's just taking a few days off. But the Warriors, they don't know what to do with him. They don't know how to handle him. They are afraid of him. You know, the players on the team are afraid of him.
The players are afraid of him. Steve Kerr seems to be afraid of him. You know, he didn't admonish him at all yesterday in the press conference after the game.
Over backwards to come up with excuses.
How about this? The broadcast team is afraid of him. It's ridiculous, and it'd be different. And I know Draymond is probably a Hall of Fame player, but it's okay. I don't know if you heard Chris Finch yesterday after the game, the Minnesota Timberwolves coach. He said the officials got it right. They handled it well. The guys who got ejected deserve to be ejected. How come Steve Kerr can't say that? Steve Kerr afterwards says there's no way Klay Thompson should have been ejected. And then Draymond saw what happened and was coming.
Klay.
He was defending Klay. Instead of saying, you know what? Draymond was wrong. He deserved to get ejected.
When's the last time they said that?
I can't about anything. Did they even have a come to Jesus press conference for Draymond, where after the Jordan Poole incident?
They did. They had Steph spoke about it.
Draymond should have faced the music and had a public apology for what went down for Jordan Poole, the Jordan Poole situation. I don't know if that actually happened. And that goes back to the point. They are enabling him.
They are.
The league, the Warriors specifically. I know he helped you win some titles, but come on now.
And I would go so far as to say he needs the help. I mean, this is a guy who too often you see him, and you saw the look on his face last night. That guy needs help. I'm not saying he needs to be in an institution or anything, or he's lost his mind. But this rage, I think Draymond could use a little help dealing with that.
And you know, a lot of times too, when guys play basketball, I'll usually try to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. You know, it's athletics. Your heart's pumping, your blood's pumping. This was less than 2 minutes into the game. You couldn't even work up a lather yet. Why did he have all that rage that early right off after the opening tip?
Because he can't stand Rudy Gobert. And like I say, he saw, this is my chance to go lock him up. He just carries that rage all over. And it's funny, the announcers last night were saying as this thing was just developing And, announcers got to be careful about what they say. And, those guys I've talked to both of them, and they're good guys.
Who are you talking about? Bob and Kalina?
Yes,
I'll call them out by name.
Yeah,
Bob and Kalina, the Warriors guys?
Yeah,
okay.
They're good guys, and they're real pros. But it's difficult. You're not sure what's going on or what to say. And was it Kalina where they're saying, what's going on? What's going on with McDaniels? Hey, what got into him?
Right,
and then Draymond always gets the short end of the stick. We know that. And all that is like, no, aren't you even seeing what's actually going on?
Right. And so as a team broadcaster, I get it. You're going to view things with, in this case, blue and gold colored glasses.
Yeah.
There's going to be that tint.
To a degree, that's part of the job.
Yeah, it's part of the job. I always like to say, I see things 50-50, but I'm going to give my team the benefit of the doubt. When there's a jump ball, a question, if it could go the Kings' way, I'm pulling for the Kings. But those guys, time and time again, like the video is right there, and they're showing the replay several times, and they're still holding on to, look at Rudy Gobert choking Clay. They said he choked Klay Thompson.
I think there might even have been a what got into McDaniels.
Right. I get it being Homer, that's your hometown team, but there becomes a point. There's a line that guys can't cross. And what Draymond did, it wasn't just the chokehold, Whitey. It was he kept him in the headlock.
Oh, yeah. Dragged him
around. He was parading him around. And Rudy Gobert's flailing his arms like, help,
Did
help.
you see the look on Steve Kerr's face when he was coming over there?
No, I didn't. I got to look closer at that.
As he comes up and he sees what's going on, he's like, Draymond. Yeah, he was terrified.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because we're going to talk about this, obviously, leading up to Kings-Lakers. We're going to get into that in a minute. Does the league have a Draymond Green problem right now, would you say? Ooh.
I think ultimately it's good for business. And I think
what?
Yes, I do. They're not comfortable with it, but they also recognize the numbers are going to be, when here's next game, whenever that is, people are going to be watching. What's Draymond going to do? And you don't want Draymond missing any of your precious tournament games. And you know that as well as I do.
Yes, but here's the problem with Draymond. And I said it earlier. There's a fine line. He's touching that line. You got the new TV deal set to come up. The last thing you can afford is an unhinged player igniting some sort of Malice in the Palace Part 2. And that's what I'm afraid Draymond is getting to right now. And that's why I think it's imperative on Adam Silver to send a message to sit him down. I say 5 games. It'll probably be, in my opinion, 3 to 5 games. I think it should be 5 games. But this dude needs to chill out for a while.
Bottom of the hour, Anthony Slater is going to join us. He covers the Warriors for The Athletic. He was there last night. When we come right back, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. What's a fair number for a Draymond Green suspension? What do you got? It's a Drive, guys, with more on that when we come right back on Sactown Sports.
2 rivals, 1 goal. It's our region's biggest college football game.
Saturday at noon, UC Davis and Sacramento State battle in the 69th Annual Causeway Classic.
So much at stake as potential playoff spots are on the line as the Hornets and Aggies square off to close out the 2023 college football season. Pre-game coverage begins at 11:30 with kickoff at noon from Aggie Stadium and right here on Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Day for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app, find a location near you, order online, earn rewards. Fire Wings. Just wing it.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is an entertainment experience like no other. We're the only place where you can play blackjack, then hop on an indoor kart track. We're the only place with more than 2,000 of the hottest slots and a state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and a resort hotel to stay after you play. Is it any wonder we've been voted best over 100 times? We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
The NBA says they are investigating whatever it was that happened last night in the Minnesota Warriors game. Draymond Green ejected for putting Rudy Gobert in a chokehold. Then it was just chaos. 10-17 remaining in the opening quarter. And then Clay was gone. Jaden McDaniels was gone. And then Draymond Green ejected. So where does the league go from here? A lot of people kicking around what the suspension should be. Can we agree on this? I think it was Jay Williams today on ESPN. And I know he played in the league, so he knows things about it that we'll never know. But he says 10 games. There's no way they're going to suspend him for 10 games.
No way. I think, when I woke up this morning, I said 5 to 10 in my mind. But I looked at it, thought about it more. I think at maximum, it'll be 5 games. And, I'm sitting here looking at, the laundry list of things that Draymond has done in his career. He had the Steven Adams kick to the private parts. In 2016, he kicked Kyrie Irving in the neck. He kicked James Harden. LeBron James, remember, he hit him. I mean, James Harden throw. Like, there's a whole list. All you got to do is Google Draymond Green incidents.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a laundry list of things. And so if I'm the NBA, I'm not looking at what happened last night as an isolated incident. An isolated incident, probably a game, maybe 2, but Draymond should be officiated different. Draymond should be adjudicated differently because he has a long track record.
I know, and Draymond and some Warrior apologists try to dress it up this way. Well, just because he did things before, they're unfair to him. But that's his own doing. That's right. That makes sense.
It's like in real life, if you get arrested and you have a long rap sheet of criminal history, you're going to get a longer sentence. Yeah. Right, exactly. And I'm tired of these Draymond apologists out there, these Warrior fans, Steve Kerr, the whole organization. Like, let's call it what it is. What he did was unimaginable. Like, to put somebody in the headlock and not only do that, drag them around the arena, around the floor, that echoes 80s basketball, 90s basketball. And I thought we were trying to get away from that. The NBA is a multi-billion-dollar league. And if I'm a Commissioner Adam Silver, the last thing, you say it's good for business, but the last thing I want is my guys fighting like that.
Yeah, I understand that. One of the scary things about Draymond and his career arc, if you will, you mentioned how earlier in his career, he would kick people. And, he would get away with it until somebody finally realized, hey, he's doing that on purpose. Yeah. Now it's just so over the top. Now it's literally, it's gone from, hey, I kicked somebody, no one saw it, to I'm going to stomp on this guy's chest. I'm going to put this guy in a chokehold and grab him across the floor.
And you know what it is?
Stopped.
It has to be stopped. And what's happening with Draymond, and we're seeing it before our eyes, when your skills start to diminish, you start losing games. You're not as good as you once were. You start resorting to dirty tactics to try and stay relevant. And that's what Draymond is doing. He's trying to stay relevant right now because we know, look at his numbers. They're way down historically versus his career. He had the one game against Sacramento in game number 4, I believe it was, that, was really good. It might have been game 5, actually, game 5. But other than that, I said it earlier, his value to the Warriors, I think, it's about to expire. Like, maybe they need Kuminga a little more. Give him because Draymond right now, I know it's Steph's guy. I know it's Clay's guy. I know he's like the enforcer of the team, but now he's hurting them. He's going to be suspended multiple games, and they're going, their slide is going to continue.
That was another one of the cringeworthy comments last night. Again, I know it's difficult, especially when you're work for the team, but it was, the Warriors came out tonight. They wanted to make sure they matched the Timberwolves' physicality.
They're fake tough guys. That's the problem with it. Draymond, all these guys, he's a fake tough guy because what's happening is, he wants to be this big bad bully on the court. And really, and you know this as well, Whitey, from having coached and played, you should let your game do the talking. And that's what Anthony Edwards did 2 games ago, right? Remember? Draymond started talking to him, and Anthony Edwards is like, bro, I'll show you. He's like, what you going to do? Exactly. Draymond said, what are you going to do? And Anthony Edwards like, no, don't come at me like that. And so,
but he did do something about it. He torched him.
Yeah, he torched him. And that's how you get back. Draymond doesn't have the ability to get back in that way. And so he has to muck it up. He has to try and dirty it up. And it is not good for basketball. I understand it's good for us, sports talk shows,
Yes.
First Take, all those guys. But if you go to a game and you just want to watch basketball, that's not good.
From the 530 here on the text line, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. 5 games for Draymond. It should be at least 10 games. As a law enforcement officer, I've arrested people for less than what he did. 916 says 10 games. Someone else, 916, says, whether players like it or not, they are role models. Draymond is a violent recidivist thug with a huge track record. He made the bed. Silver set an example. I'm with Draper. Call it what it is. This ain't Oakley and the Knicks.
Exactly. Those days are long gone because, first of all, these guys make way too much money to be, want to be, thugs and want to fight and all that. You're talking multi-millionaires. Leave that stuff on the playground. You're well past that, Draymond Green. And what the crazy thing is, I say 5 games. There are some people who think, you know what? He wasn't even like Rudy Gobert should be suspended also, or should have got ejected also because he, quote, put his hands on Klay Thompson. What Rudy did and what Draymond did, way different things, way different.
Yeah, I was surprised watching it live that Rudy Gobert was not initially penalized at all. Initially, I thought, well, that's unusual. Then you watch it and you understand why he really didn't do anything. It looked like he was trying to separate people. That's what he was trying to do. This whole thing with the Warriors, they have, and I know we're not fans of the Warriors here in Sacramento, and I understand that. They have a great organization. They have accomplished great things. They have great people, but they have totally mismanaged this Draymond Green situation. They talk about culture there, and culture is one of the reasons they've won the 4 championships. How is this good for their culture? They've just let this guy run crazy. How many times during the recent years that Draymond has done something that we all said, wow, that's wrong? How many times has he come out really and been sincerely regretful for his actions? I can't think of one.
Right. No. And that's
the league,
the problem.
and the league and the team has
right.
Okay. They allow that.
It's like, where's the, you know what? I apologize. You know what, guys? You're right. I went too far. He's never said I went too far. He punched Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole wasn't the same at all last year. And I understand people want to make fun of Jordan Poole, clown him. He was an integral part of them winning the championship against the Celtics a couple of years ago. And what he did to Jordan Poole fractured that locker room, fractured that team. It wasn't the same ever since. So much so that they had to trade Jordan Poole. And now you got Draymond. Here's the thing. Steph Curry, as great as he is, he's a role model on and off the court. It's like Draymond's like on his other shoulder, the alter ego that's the bad guy and gives that team toughness. And they don't need that. Like, they're good enough to win without Draymond's antics.
Yeah.
It's Adam Silver has to do something. I want to hear from the people, too. I know we got Anthony Slater coming up, and we're going to talk about this throughout the day, obviously, 916-339-1140. But I say 5 games, it has to be.
I wouldn't argue with that, but I don't think they'll have the guts to give more than 3. So I'm not saying you're wrong,
but you say
there's no way they will give him more than 3, in my opinion.
Why? Because they want him to be
on. They want him out there. Yeah, they don't want it.
Draymond doesn't move the needle like that. Basketball-wise, though, Whitey.
The Warriors do,
and they still will without Draymond.
As
long as you got Steph Curry, I think they'll still move the needle.
The thing I was going to say, though, is that, when Draymond, and he has in the past given these kind of half-baked, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but maybe I should have. And so when you get that, there is zero accountability. None.
Right. That's the word right there.
And for this Warrior franchise to turn a blind eye to all this,
no remorse, no nothing. No remorse.
It's so counter to what they stand for as an organization.
Exactly. And the thing that's interesting about that, you're right. They are a great organization. Steve Kerr is great.
That's one of the reasons we don't like him here. We kind of resent
exactly
what an organization.
Like Steve Kerr is at the forefront when it comes to gun violence, racism, politics, whatever. He will chime in and let you know his thoughts. But then on this, it's like he turns a blind eye to what his own player is doing.
Yep. Where does the league go from here? We'll see what Anthony Slater thinks of that, the Warriors insider for The Athletic. He joins us next year on The Drive, guys. Sactown Sports.
Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo, touchdown! San Fran! Francisco!
That's the 49ers team we all know and love.
Bosa's got another sack.
San Francisco got back on track and looks to keep things rolling Sunday at home versus Tampa Bay.
Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it, and he's gone!
It's the 49ers and Buccaneers Sunday at 1 on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. After a cloudy start to the day, expect we will have chances for showers increasing for the afternoon and evening. Highs today will peak in the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to the newest technology with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out, Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. At Sac Sewer, it's our first priority. Whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night at 916-875-6730. Sac Sewer. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
I always approach the holidays with a sense of excitement and a time to be with family. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa for Naturewood Home Furnishings. For me, the best times were when there were 3 generations all celebrating together. Today, we're the grandparents, and the holiday spotlight shines on my grandson. And I hope he'll remember holidays the way his papa does. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create your own kind of holiday memories during their holiday home sale. Unique gifts found only at Naturewood, like hall trees, curios, chairside tables, and more, are available at savings of 20% off. During Naturewood's holiday home sale, you'll find savings all around the store for every room in your home. Find your perfect bit of Christmas for your home at Naturewood Home Furnishings Holiday Home Sale, going on right now. The memories you make with your family will live with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
It's the first ever Elk Grove Kia Frozen Turkey Bowling Extravaganza on November 18th, 2023 from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. That's right, a frozen turkey becomes the bowling ball, and 10 liquid-filled plastic beverage bottles are your pins. It's not just bowling, it's an adventure. Knock down those pins. Each pin has a number attached to it, which means your skills can lead you to awesome prizes. And guess what? Each person gets 2 rolls, so you can aim for perfection. Now, how can you be part of this amazing event? Simple. Register at Elk Grove Kia for one of the 8 coveted spots through a raffle. But hurry, the registration deadline is November 17th, 2023 at 6 p.m. sharp. And here's the best part. No purchase is necessary. That's right. It's all about the fun and games. So make your way to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall today for a chance to win a spot at the inaugural Elk Grove Kia Turkey Bowl. Rules and regulations at elkgrovekia.com.
Elk Grove Kia.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Anthony Slater from The Athletic going to join us here on this. It's a frustrating day, right? That here we are dealing with Draymond Green and another outburst again.
Yeah, that's
figure out what the league's going to do.
And the thing is, from a basketball standpoint, he could not garner this much attention. right? Like, he's not that kind of player anymore. He had the one game 5 against the Kings where he scored 21, I think it was. But he's like their 5th, 6th option now offensively.
Yeah, he is really good defensively. So it's not what he was, but he's really good defensively.
Yeah, but that's what's so upsetting about this, because he doesn't need to do all this. Like, it to me, it seems like I said, it's a guy who's trying to hang on, realize the end is coming, the run might be over, and it's like, dude, chill out. It's the first 2 minutes of a game, Whitey. I just don't understand why he's so fired up.
Here's somebody who perhaps can help us understand, covering the Warriors and the NBA at large for The Athletic, the great Anthony Slater. Anthony, thanks for your time. What the heck happened last night?
A little fun, a little in-season tournament drama, just trying to juice up the IST, as they're calling it, a fight before there was a point scored. Do not think I've ever seen that.
Would you say that was a fracas, a melee, a scrap, or an all-out brawl, Anthony?
I wouldn't say all-out brawl because, no punches, but all the other terms I would say describe it.
Yeah. What's your take on it? What's your viewpoint on it? Was Gobert in the wrong? What did you see have actually happen out there?
Yeah, I thought the McDaniels Clay thing obviously set it off. That was like a weird jersey pull tug of war that turned a little bit darker than I think either of them wanted to. I thought they could have been fine with a double T, but then when it devolved into everything else, I guess the referee felt he needed to eject both of them. I think Gobert put himself in harm's way a little bit by, he went over to break it up, and the referee deemed him a peacemaker, didn't give him any penalty, but he did grab Clay. Well, I don't think it was to grab Clay to try to do anything to Clay except try to break it up. But once you grab Clay Thompson and your name is Rudy Gobert, you are in Draymond Green's crosshairs. And then what happened. Draymond obviously took it. I think people counted it. It was a 9-second, headlock, chokehold, whatever you want, bring him to the ground. And I would assume there will be discipline for Draymond Green at some point, either drop it in the next few hours or maybe tomorrow.
The Warriors' 6th game from here would be that tournament game at Golden 1. I know we're just guessing here. What do you think the chances are the NBA suspends him for 6 or more games?
I don't think he'll get that high. I think 5 would probably be tops. Again, I'm guessing here.
Right.
There's game checks involved here too, so it's a pretty stiff penalty.
Yeah.
Look, Carmelo had that sucker punch years ago, got 10. That's usually on the pretty steep side. I don't want to get too deep into this. Like, Mikal Bridges just has 10 to start this season. Think about what he's facing. I don't know. I was kind of guessing last night maybe 1 to 3, but I could see if the NBA wants to really kind of put their thumb on the scale because it's Draymond, I think 5 is the top side.
Anthony Slater joining us, covering the Kings and the Warriors, of course. Anthony, one thing we talked about is we feel like the league has enabled Draymond. The Warriors have enabled Draymond. The laundry list of things he's done, the Jordan Poole incident, stopping Sabonis. What's the Warriors organizational culpability in this in terms of enabling Draymond? Am I making too much of that?
Not necessarily, but they want to win. And they've decided to do business with him. And because he wins games, and he has for a decade. And you mentioned a few incidents, go way back, go to 2016, getting suspended in the finals and, the aftermath of that. But they just signed him to a 4-year, $100 million deal after the Jordan Poole incident, right? So, because he was great last year, he was like 3rd in defensive player of the year. And, he had the Sabonis stomp in the King series, but he was also good down the stretch of that King series. And they want to win titles, and they don't think anything he's done has risen to the level of breakup, clearly, because they keep signing him, and he is empowered to act as he wants to act, and people can have their issues with it, but he's made it very clear he's going to keep doing it. This is his 2nd injection this week after his first injection had to do with the Donovan Mitchell incident in the Cleveland game. He went on Instagram and was like, "Don't tell me I can't be Draymond. I'm always going to be Draymond. I've succeeded being Draymond." And he's right. Think about how much money he's gotten paid. Think about, how much he's won. And, you can blame the league, you can blame the Warriors, but I think some of their opinions there, he creates content for us. creates interest for the league. I mean, people are talking about the in-season tournament game last night. I mean, he's topic number one in sports, during an NFL calendar right now. So, I think their opinion is it's not the worst thing ever for the league, and he wins games.
See, that's what I think, Anthony. I think on some level it is good for the league. Anything involving the Warriors is good for the league, and that's why I think they won't go more than 3. But I wanted to ask you, and you answered part of this question already. Before last season, it seemed the Warriors were poised to move on from Draymond. Looked like they were about to move on from Draymond, and then they reverse field on that. What changed their minds?
He played well. Like I said, he was third in defensive player of the year. Steph Curry extended his prime, which seems endless at this point, and proved to the front office and the ownership group who are making the decision that Steph was worth investing in, and that's correct. I would say, at this point, Steph's still a top 5 player, and part of Steph Curry's desires as he rides out this era, and it has been a very fruitful era for the Warriors organization that's included 4 titles and the sparkling new arena in San Francisco, has been Draymond Green, and it's Steph Curry's desire to keep him around to try to go after a 5th title, and the other side of the coin is like Jordan Poole had a bad season. In some ways, kind of, I guess you could say pouted his way out of town, and they decided this summer they needed to, move on from one of the two, and the one they chose was the younger one, who they didn't think could help win as much, and they flipped them for Chris Paul, and they're the most ruthless way they can put it is they're in the business of winning. I think we all understand that in sports, and they still believe Draymond Green, leads them towards that goal.
If you're Adam Silver, what do you do though? I maintain that there's a Draymond problem going on. And maybe I'm going too far. Maybe, my dislike of the Warriors is coming out here, Anthony, but you just said it. He got thrown out of a game on Saturday. Him and Anthony Edwards getting into it on Sunday. Then yesterday he gets ejected, for the headlock. I mean, when is enough? And is there an issue that's bigger that the league needs to take a look at when it comes to Draymond?
Yeah, I mean, as far as what he's going to do, he's going to give him a suspension that probably will be a little bit larger than if, random player X did something. If Obi Toppin did the same thing tonight, Obi Toppin's probably getting 2 to 3 games less. So there's a different penalty. And, they made it clear after the Sabonis stomp in the playoffs that part of their decision-making was his past, like repeat offender, whatever you want to call it. But, I don't think, he's doing anything that's risen to the level of like, kick him out of the league or something like that. And he's just going to kind of keep doing this. You're going to kind of have to keep responding incident by incident, and stiffen up the penalties as much as you'd like. But he's never done anything criminal or over the top or something that I would say hurts his standing in the league. You just kind of, like I said, got to go incident by incident. And, he's losing a lot of money within this. The technicals really eat at his pocketbook, and the ejections, particularly game checks. Like I said, if he gets 3-5 games right now, we're talking millions of dollars out of his pocket, which, whatever, if you don't care that much, or you don't think that's that big of a deal, a penalty for a guy that makes as much money as he does. But trust me, he cares. He's going to care about that money coming out.
Anthony Slater from The Athletic with us. For all the focus on, understandably, Draymond and Rudy Gobert, I've been trying to figure out why did this start. And it's interesting, I think McDaniel said that there was some back and forth between he and Clay. Well, the game had just started. So, Anthony, this is just a theory. What do you think it's possible that Clay shoots that air ball? McDaniel says something and Clay doesn't like. So then next time down the floor, Clay, instead of boxing out, he grabs a fistful of jersey, and then McDaniels retaliates, does the same, and things just kind of snowball from there?
Yeah, I think there's a little of that. I also think that, remember, this was the second of 2 games between these two teams, and, you guys have been around. It sets up this mini, playoff series where the Warriors were, their pride was, I think, wounded a little after that first loss. And they came into the game knowing Steph Curry wasn't going to be there, knowing how physical Minnesota had played in the first game. And they were like, let's up the physicality. Let's crack them on box outs. They had to win that game ugly without Steph Curry. That was the thought going in. Jaden McDaniels is kind of like the defensive ace. He was going to be on Clay a lot because Steph wasn't out there. And I think Clay was trying to get physical on box out early in the game. And then what you're saying, I think is correct. It was a jersey pull, then it was another jersey pull, and then it kind of snowballed to a place. Again, I don't really think either was trying to really take it, and then it escalated.
Anthony Slater. Anthony, my last question, obviously we're up here in Sacramento, but when you look at what's happening with the Warriors, they started off so strong, won 5, they were 5-1, but since then they've lost 5 out of 6, 4 in a row. What's happening with Golden State? Who's the real Warriors, would you say?
What's funny is it's flipped. The trend's completely flipped from last year. I don't know if you remember, but they were like amazing at home last year.
Yeah.
Could not win a road game. Right now they're 5-2 on the road and 1-4 at home. But what's happening? Like Andrew Wiggins is in a deep slump right now. He's like 5 of 33 from 3, 50% from the free throw line. His handle's completely off. Clay's not shooting it well because those 2 secondary scorers, neither have even scored 20 in a game yet. Are so off. The starting lineup, which is supposed to be their backbone, has been their worst lineup. It's getting them in holes. I actually have liked what the depth has shown. Chris Paul in the second unit has been good. Pajemski kind of came out of nowhere last night. I don't know if how deeply y'all were watching the game, but I think they got a pretty good rookie. Moody's shown some stuff. I still am kind of waiting for Kuminga to come along. So there's some good and bad early in the season. Steph still looks like a top 5 player, which is probably the biggest thing. But they got to get Wiggins and Clay going. And if they do, I do think they're in that mix, below the Nuggets, wherever you want to put them 2 through 7. If Wiggins and Clay don't get going, Steph just doesn't have enough offensive help. And then I think their flaws really start to show.
Slates, thanks so much for your time. We always appreciate it. Take care. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, fellas. Big road trip to the Kings coming up.
Hey, you going to be out there? You out at any of those games?
I wanted to make the LA game. I don't think I could. Last night kind of took a little out of me, and then I don't think I can make the backside. I will. That you mentioned that in-season tournament game though. That Warriors Kings.
Yeah,
there could be some stuff on the line. Especially Vegas might be on the line.
You're right about that. Yeah. All right, we'll see you then. That's 2 weeks from yesterday. Yes.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. With the scoop on whatever that was that went down last night. A lot of different things. A perfect storm of just a bunch of idiotic behavior, frankly.
Yeah, and it started with Klay Thompson, obviously the grabbing of the jersey. It escalated from there, and when you look at it, and this is why what Draymond did is so wrong, because it was already at a point where we need to calm it down. Like that was the time to start bringing it down.
Because the two main combatants were both like, hey,
all right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're right about that. But then Draymond comes and just puts lighter fluid on the whole situation. And so that's why it's so dangerous and it could have escalated. And, I can't wait. If you're the NBA, when's the Warriors' next game? Tomorrow, I think it is. I think they have OKC. Yeah, they got 2 in a row against OKC coming up starting tomorrow. You would think that we would have some sort of announcement by the league before then.
I think what Slate say maybe this afternoon even.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Thanks again to Anthony Slater. Thank you for being with us. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Got any thoughts on where the league should go from here? We're back with that and also tell you how the Kings will try to keep the beam lit against the Lakers tonight when we come right back. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, as always, of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's happening at Hoblet this month?
The Black Friday sales event is here, so you can save up to $14,500 off MSRP when you lease a new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4xe. That's one of America's favorite SUVs to get your family where they need to go. And you can save thousands in gas over the life of the vehicle.
Okay, but what about that Jeep Wrangler that everybody loves?
Big savings there, too. Right now, save up to $13,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport S 4xe. And yes, I did say the all-new 2024, Dave. I see the surprise on your face.
There you go. Better hurry in. Save thousands on your next Jeep. And they have 100 4xEs in stock as well. Stop by Hoblet Dodge for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices. Unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14.5 total net savings after 11.5 factor rebates and 3,000 dealer discount. 13,000 total net savings after 10,000 factor rebates and 3,000 dealer discount. Rebates include 7,500 federal tax credit rebate. Subject to change without notice. Lease options subject to credit approval. Not everyone will qualify. 5 of each net savings. See dealer for details.
The 49ers Report, brought to you by EB Stone. EB Stone, for the life of your garden. Everything went right for the red and gold in Week 10, bouncing back against Jacksonville 34-3. The win snaps a 3-game lose streak for San Francisco, putting them at 6-3 on the season. Brock Purdy got back on track, throwing for 296 yards and 3 touchdowns Sunday. The 49ers defense also got back to their standards, combining for 5 sacks and 4 turnovers against Jacksonville. The 49ers returned to Levi's Stadium in Week 11 to face the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Celebrating over a century as a family-owned business, E.B. Stone has gathered in valuable insights into nurturing plant growth. Venture into indoor planting with E.B. Stone's Edna's Best indoor and outdoor potting soil. Watch your little plants flourish into ideal indoor companions for the whole family to relish during the holidays. E.B. Stone's indoor and outdoor potting soil is a meticulously crafted blend of essential ingredients. Your plants will thrive both indoors and outdoors. Trust E.B. Stone for the entire lifespan of your garden. Explore more gardening tips, products, and find nearby locations at ebstone.org. Wishing you a season filled with joy and flourishing greenery.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I had terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Hey, guess who we're talking about today? It's Drive Guys. I'm trying to make sense of what that was last night in San Francisco. Warrior fans, NBA fans, Kings fans weighing in on where the NBA should go from here on the text line, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Kyle from the 916. I'm a Warriors fan. I'm tired of it. Teams used to respect him when he was playing elite defense. Now it's nothing but detrimental to the team. They lost a winnable game last night because him and Clay got tossed.
100% right. 100% right. And, you got this segment of the Warriors fan base that wants to, support them, back them, but then you have a text like this. Objective Warriors fans who can see what is happening right now. This team is reeling. That was a big game for them. They needed that game last night. They had been reeling. They had lost 3 in a row. That was an in-season tournament game at that. And so now you're without Clay, you're without Draymond. You could argue he cost his team the game last night.
Bottom line is, and Anthony tried to explain it, the Warriors had to make that decision. Are we in with Draymond or are we out? You know what?
Right.
It causes a lot of headaches. You remember there was infamously Steve Kerr once was mic'd, and microphones caught him. He said, I'm so tired of Draymond's bleep. Remember that? He said that during the game.
I remember that.
But they made the decision. He helps us win, so we have to do whatever we have to do to keep him around and keep him happy. That's the deal they decided to make.
Here's where the Warriors are messing up, though, Whitey, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Draymond is like a son to them. I'm talking to Steve Kerr. Like, he's homegrown guy you drafted, you bring up, you develop, and it's like having a kid, and you're going to defend him to the death. But really what you should do is when they mess up, admonish them, try to correct them, let them atone for their mistakes. Instead, they're enabling Draymond.
100% agree.
And that's the problem, and when you enable someone, then it becomes they're more apt to do it again. And what you're seeing now, Draymond feels like he's Teflon. They're not going to do anything to me. I can act any way I want. Like what he did here in Sacramento back in April was that unconscionable. And Adam Silver was in attendance at that playoff game when Draymond stomped on Sabonis in game 2 and then, showed up the crowd as well. And so that's why I think the league, at a minimum, it has to be 5 games. Because if this was his first offense, all right, a game or 2. But this guy has a long pattern of doing these kind of things.
I think, and I'm sure you agree, that ship has sailed. You said there was a point at which they could have sat him down, tried to teach him right from wrong. In this case, he's a grown man, but I think that ship has sailed. That's not an option anymore.
It's not, because they've created this monster,
exactly.
right? They've helped create this monster, this guy that feels like he's above rebuke. And really what's so upsetting about this, after the shot to LeBron's, private parts back in 2016, you would have thought he would have learned his lesson. You cost your team a championship probably by getting suspended in that game. And so, and he hasn't learned his lesson. And I think the only way he can learn his lesson is by a lengthy suspension, 5 games, I think.
I think it may be now to the point where he's not going to learn that lesson, no matter what they did, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Casey's been hanging on. Hey, Casey, you're on with the Drive Guys. Drapes and Whitey, what's up?
Oh, not much. What's going on with you guys?
What's up, man?
Thanks for hanging on. Yeah, how can we help you?
So I was calling about the Draymond thing. Obviously, Drapes kind of stole my thunder, but as far as Steve Kerr, everything that you said, Drapes, earlier, this guy's always coming out wanting to be on top of every topic and telling people, gun violence and protect the kids from gun violence and all this stuff, everything. And then he wants to make every single excuse for Draymond. That when I watch him, it's sickening, and it takes away his credibility. So with the Draymond stomp, he's like, oh, well, Sabonis grabbed his foot and, and then the other day, I didn't even know you could go back and look at a play from 2 plays earlier. And instead of just saying, Draymond, you shouldn't be doing this stuff. Like, he makes every excuse, but then when it comes to every other topic, he wants to be on the front lines, acting like he's out there rallying the troops to stop this stuff. And then he's condoning violence from his own player, and I just don't like that at all personally. But as far as the suspension, I think it will be at least 5 games, because if you remember last year, nobody really thought he was going to get suspended for that playoff game, and Adam Silver suspended him because at the time the Warriors were down 2-0, and people were basically saying if they suspend Draymond, the series is over, the Kings are going to win, and people thought they didn't want the Warriors getting swept or losing in 5, and they still suspended him in the playoffs. So I think they might get him for at least 5 games, if not, maybe even more.
Thank you, Casey. That's a
Casey,
great point.
good call, man.
And as you pointed out, Kyle, 5 games, we were both talking about this. If it's a 5-game suspension, then his 6th game or his first game back would be the game against the Kings at the Golden One Center. That would be delicious.
That would be delicious. And to your point, Whitey, regarding the league and, the Warriors standing, that would be the final in-season tournament game. If you're Adam Silver, do you want him to miss all the rest of the in-season tournament games, the other 2 that you have?
I would guess
and then
not.
The Warriors maybe would be eliminated from possibly going to Vegas. And so maybe you bring them back against the Kings with an in-season tournament, advancement berth on the line. That would be massive.
Now, I think if he misses 5 games, does he miss 2 tournament games? There's a San Antonio game in there I know he would miss.
The San Antonio and Sacramento. They've already played 2, and they got 2 more, San Antonio and Sacramento. He would miss those 2 games. I mean, if he missed 5, it would be the 1 game. If he missed 6, it would be 2, yes.
Sean joins us on Sactown Sports. Hey, Sean, you're on the Drive Guys. Hello, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, so the whole Draymond thing it's getting out of control. He's acting like that old uncle who tries to play with the younger guys, and then he gets beat, and he's like tripping them up, right? That's what it feels like. And it's not like it's once or twice. This is happening. This is like the 3rd time this week. And another thing, he's going after star players. We're talking all NBA guys with Sabonis. That cheap shot to Mitchell. He had something with Anthony Edwards, the other day with the foul. And now Rudy Gobert is still an all NBA guy. These are very important players on big time teams that he's trying to take out. And quite frankly, it's embarrassing what he's doing out there. And NBA needs to step up And I'm thinking somewhere between 5 to 10 games because this needs to absolutely stop because it just can't keep going on. This is not the 80s and 90s NBA
right,
where this stuff was everybody was doing. This is like the new NBA. Nobody cares about Draymond acting all tough. Nobody. Remember Anthony says nobody messes with you, Draymond. I mean, come on. He just needs to cut it out.
Gotcha, Sean. Here's the thing, though. The NBA cracks down on them. Maybe they will.
Right.
I doubt they will, but I understand why. If they do, I understand it, but I doubt they will. It's not like he's going to finally go, oh, yeah, well, now I've learned my lesson. It's not. Whether it's 2 games, 5 games, 10 games, he's going to come back and say, I'm still going to be me.
Yeah. You know what would help? It probably won't happen, Whitey, but if other players came out and say, dude, there's no place in our league for this. Like, really, everybody wants to just play basketball. They don't want all that extracurricular stuff. They want to play basketball and make their money. They don't want to square up. They don't want to get in any real fisticuffs. And so I would like to see some players come out and say, you know what? We don't condone that. But, I mean, it's a brotherhood, so they won't do that. But, I think that might be something that'll send a message to Draymond if a player did that.
Is this Dathan joining us? Hey, Dathan, you're on the Drive, guys. Thanks for checking in. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? Just real quick, I'm from old school, man. I'm a native New Yorker, and I grew up in the era where dudes didn't have the little skirts on. They had little shorts on, but they didn't have skirts on. If it got rough, it got rough. The NBA is too soft right now. Way too soft.
Come on, Dave. Hey, hold up, Dave. And I'm gonna come at you. Hey, listen to me. Listen to me right now. Listen to me. Don't come on the show talking about I'm from New York. No, I'm from Philadelphia. But you're talking. These guys are soft. That's what I'm saying. They're multi-million-dollar millionaires. They got boatloads of money, and you know as well as I do. Why would you risk that to be hard and strong on the basketball court?
No, but here's the thing I'm getting at too is that the NBA now they're taking the emotion out of the game. You can't even trash talk. You can't do any type of gesture to show aggression except for dunking. Even if you dunk it, we know you dunk on somebody, you posterize them. That's something to get excited about. You do that on the street. You do that in street ball. A lot of these dudes grew up playing street ball. Draymond has that, and sometimes it does get excessive. But these dudes are too soft now. I mean, when everybody talk about what Sabonis did and he stomped on Sabonis, anybody see when Sabonis grabbed his ankle? He didn't have
you're a Warriors fan. You outed yourself, right? No. Are you a Warriors fan? Yes or no?
I am a Warriors fan. And I'm a Knicks fan. The Kings. Let me just say this about the Kings real quick. When I moved because I live here in Sacramento now. When I moved to Sacramento, I knew nothing about the Kings. I didn't even know Sacramento had a team. They were the worst team ever until Weber got here, and then they had Jason Williams, and so they
Let me ask you this, though. I'm sorry to cut you off. I know I got a reputation for cutting people off. When did you move here, and when did you become a Warriors fan?
I moved here in '93, but I was a Warriors fan when Sprewell played with them.
Oh, because he is a Knicks guy.
John Mullen, when he was in St. John's, when I was living in New York, I was been a Warriors fan since then.
Thank you, Dathan.
Got with them.
Yeah, thank you for the call. It's Chris Mullen, not John. I don't know John Mullen.
He's
right.
Jay is like, hold on now. The numbers ain't adding up. The timeline is not adding up. Spree wasn't even a Warrior back then.
Well, here's the thing. It's one thing, Dathan, to talk about, hey, in the old days they played harder. But we're not talking about like a hard foul. We're talking about Draymond, early Draymond, kicking people in the scrotum.
Right.
In the
private parts.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not like playing hard. That's just dirty. So there's a difference between dirty and cheap shots and then just whatever last night was. That wasn't playing hard.
Right. And he's confusing things. He's saying the league is too soft, dunking on people. That's talking about the officiating, handing texts for flexing and stuff like that. What Draymond did, that has nothing to do with
category.
That's an entirely different argument we're having right there.
Yeah. And John Mullen, I'm not familiar.
John Mullen.
We do
the
appreciate
great John
listening.
Mullen.
Yeah.
He is a righty 3-point shooter.
We're taking time out. Back to the phones, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. The upside downside to the Kings playing the Lakers tonight, and more on Draymond and where the league goes from here. Next, with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and all NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam Team, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Yep, that trailer hitch and folding bed cover from TruckSmart makes road trips a breeze.
Right? I'm so much more organized on the job site since TruckSmart installed my truck rack and toolbox.
And they had it all in stock, so I just waited as they installed everything.
Take a look at this sweet Rhino truck lining. They sprayed it on.
Yeah, you win. That is sweet.
Truck Smart, truck and SUV accessories for on the road and the job site. Stop by one of our 2 locations in Rockland or Auburn. TruckSmart.com. Your truck's gonna love them.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you find the right customers. Spread awareness of your product or services. We can help build trust in your brand and services with a digital marketing campaign. Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing campaigns that deliver results. Don't wait. Get started today. Contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Can the Kings keep the beam lit tonight? Kyle Draper, it's a Drive Guys here in Sactown Sports. We'll get right back to the phones in just a moment. We're having an interesting conversation about Draymond Green, where the league goes from here.
Yes.
But how about the Kings tonight?
This is a big game tonight.
Yes, sir.
Kings rocking and rolling. You've won 3 in a row. You got your Pacific Division rivals. Start of a 6-game road trip. Think about it. You get this one. You got San Antonio coming up on Friday. We talked the other day about that 7-game win streak last year. Well, shoot, you get this one. You're at a 4-game win streak. You're more than halfway there. And so this is a massive game tonight, I think, for Sacramento.
And make no mistake, I don't root for them, but the Lakers are playing well right now, and they're playing well at home.
They're playing well at home, but LeBron James is questionable for tonight's game.
Calf contusion.
Is that Is that what it is? Yeah. Anthony Davis looks like he will play. He's probable. But no, the Lakers, and one thing that the Lakers have that scares me from a Kings standpoint, and that was a great game, 132-127 earlier this season, but their size.
Right.
Their size. And the Kings did a great job against Cleveland, who has size, but Anthony Davis is a different beast. You know, Jared Allen and Mobley, good young players, good players, but Anthony Davis, he can get you 30 and 15 in a single breath. And so it's going to be interesting tonight, man. I'm excited. A nationally televised game. It's on ESPN, NBC Sports California, and obviously right here on Sactown Sports.
There you go.
1140.
Well,
so there's no reason for you to miss this game. My man G-Man, you're like, Drapes. No, hey, come on now. They pay me just like NBC Sports California.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, man, I'm looking forward to this. This will be fun tonight.
So the NBA with Draymond Green, and the decision could come down at any moment this afternoon. Maybe it doesn't come today. What do you think the league should do? Where do you think the league will go with a potential Draymond Green suspension after he put the chokehold on the old Stifle Tower last night, the French rejection? Let's talk to Emmy. Emmy joins us on Sactown Sports. Hey, Emmy, thanks for hanging on. How are you?
Hi, guys. I'm doing great. I want to say thank you for being patient with me. I have a question. I think, actually, I have a decision. I think he will get at least 10 games. I am a Warriors fan. Don't hang up with me, but I dislike Draymond. He's a piece of crap. And he also needs to have some classes, some disciplinary classes.
Yes.
Yes. All right, Emmy. Appreciate that call. She says she's
Draymond a bad word in Russian or something?
I think so.
All right.
But she said she's Russian, a Warriors fan.
Yes.
But she said 10 games.
Yeah.
So even she's tired of all these antics and everything from Draymond Green. Those are the kind of Warriors fans I'm okay hearing from, Whitey. Objective ones.
You're not going to hang up on it.
I ain't going to, that one guy we had. Did you see Sabonis grab his foot? Bro, we ain't got time for that. We're not going to adjudicate that. And so good to have Emmy on there.
Well, that is true, though. I mean, just for a point of, clarification, I mean, Monk did it too earlier in the series.
Yeah.
They did grab his foot. The Kings did. They knew what they were doing. They're trying to antagonize him, and it worked, and he overreacted. But it did happen. Let's not pretend they didn't grab his foot.
It wasn't like that, though. It wasn't intentional grab, I'm a yank, or anything like that.
They intentionally grabbed
his foot.
It was intentional.
It was intentional, but he's trying to protect himself. I'm talking about Domas back then.
Okay.
All right. If Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina could say what they said last night, I can say what I just said.
Let's see. We got Mike on Sactown Sports. Hello, Mike. Thanks for hanging. You're on the Drive, guys. What's up?
Hey, guys. I do have 2 points, but I want to say something first. I think we have to compare things. I can't see Draymond getting 10 games when
I agree.
When John Morant is flashing guns after he already had met with the commissioner and lied to him, and then possibly there had been guns in his entourage pointed at a bus, and he only gets 25 games. So I can't see where you kick a guy in the ball sack and then give him 10 games when the guy's pointing maybe guns at people and gets 25. So it doesn't line up that way. But my main point I called is I was a season ticket holder for the Warriors until they moved to San Francisco. And one of the main reasons I actually did not move and get my tickets is because of hypocrisy that I always hear in that organization. They're always first to slam everybody, and any type of human thing goes on, they're out in front of it. But when China, Daryl Morey said free Hong Kong, and about 15% of the revenue of China was going to be pulled. Steve Kerr, in many incidences in press conferences, was asked a question, how did he feel? And he would say no comment every time. He would not ever say nothing because he didn't want to watch that money go away. And then number two, when Jordan Poole got hit in the face last year, whether you like it or not, that's an employee at work. And during the press conference, I actually happened to be there. I was very lucky while I was there with a friend. Well, he did the press conference for that. The first thing Steve Kerr said is he couldn't understand how the tape got leaked, and he was going to get to the bottom of whoever leaked the tape, instead of saying our employee should have never been hit in the face. And what happened to Draymond before he hit him? He got fined $25,000. They didn't suspend him. And that was the club, not the NBA.
Right.
So they're a bunch of hypocrites.
Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that, Mike. By the way, they never, unless they did and didn't divulge it, they never got to the bottom
of
so to speak of that.
Who leaked that tape? Yeah, how'd that get out?
It's probably Jordan Poole's agent.
Right, right.
Like, so, they gave him a fat contract.
Yeah, he got paid. All right.
But I don't know that for a fact.
No, it's, to the last caller's point, it is a little hypocritical of the Warriors because, as much as I agree with Steve Kerr on many things that he's spoken out about, why is he tight-lipped about this? Why is he tight-lipped about what his own player is doing? And I understand, like I said earlier, it's like you're a parent, you want to defend your child to death, but sometimes your kid can be wrong. And I've never really heard the Warriors come out and say, no, Draymond, you can't do that. It's always been, we'll handle it internally. Well, Draymond's being Draymond. Sometimes you got to say no, especially as great of an organization, like you said earlier. This should be a model franchise. They have a model ownership group, a model front office. Raymond Ritter, one of the best in the business, but yet they let this guy, Draymond, just act wild and run wild. It's not
it gets
right.
to a point where it insults your intelligence.
Right.
And I'm with you on Coach Kerr. He's phenomenal. But when he says, after the incident with the Cavs, I didn't know you could go back and look at something from 2 plays ago. Coach, it was the same play.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know that? What are you talking about?
And
Why
here's
did you
the
go
thing,
there?
too, Whitey, sorry to cut you off, but Steve Kerr and Steph and Clay and Draymond and all those guys, they've been through enough with each other that Kerr doesn't have to do these kind of things. Oh, I got to support my guy. They already know you support them.
Yeah.
There's a long history of you supporting them. So when you do come out and say, you know what, Draymond, he shouldn't have done that. Everybody that got ejected deserved to be ejected. Draymond's not going to look at you and say, oh, Coach, how come you didn't stand behind me? Draymond, I got a long list of things I've said that backs you up. And so now they handled this wrong, like they handled the Jordan Poole situation wrong. And they're reeling right now. 4 straight losses.
Bob, you're on with the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports. What's up, Bob?
Gentlemen, thank you so much for the high energy, and I'm actually chuckling a little bit. I haven't called in for quite some time, but I had to because you guys got the whole county fired up. Hey, look, I've been around a long time, and I've been around sports and basketball as a coach, as a player, as an official, as a college official, teaching, training, developing. And look, that first caller that called in, if he validates what Draymond did, I'm telling you, the problem we have in all of this world of sports is, yes, these are some of the best athletes in the world at the high level. And what they do is emulated by these youngsters. I see it. I lived it. I have the experience. I'm old. So anybody that says no, they're wrong. I guarantee you, depending on how this is handled, there's going to be a situation where a kid, and I'm thinking most likely it's going to be a freshman or maybe a junior high kid, that's going to headlock somebody. The question is that I ask is, when we set the groundwork for what we call accountability, we have to do it from top to bottom. Otherwise, we end up with these really, really crazy situations with these kids, and it comes from the top down. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I thought that guy was he was way off base.
Thank you, Bob. And you need to call more often. And I know what you're talking about. It's hard as a coach to say to players, young players, you should do this. Don't complain about this and that. And players, You remember when you were young, it's like, my coach is that, but I watch the guys on TV.
Right.
They do that all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to listen to the coach.
And Charles Barkley used to say he's not a role model. Unfortunately, these guys are role models, whether they want to be or not. And I don't know if anybody's going to emulate Draymond, but then that's where the parents have to chime in, the coaches have to chime in, like, what's wrong with this guy, and they do emulate the pros, from a basketball standpoint. Steph Curry threes, James Harden step backs. You hope they don't emulate some of the bad stuff that they see also.
When we come right back, is it possible that Draymond in his mind thought he was defending a teammate? Is that possible? Conversation continues. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. When we return, and we're right back on Sactown Sports.
What's the latest with the San Francisco 49ers? Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross keep you up to date on all things red and gold during the Niners at 9 every weekday at 9 a.m. on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Don't miss Provember at Lowe's. Save $80 on a DeWalt combo kit and save $20 on a 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams all-purpose power primer. Plus, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams products. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
It's Carmichael Day with a Fire Wings announcement. The Floor and Road location now serves pizza, and oh my goodness, it's so good. Don't forget the Wings Day Wednesday lineup, 88-cent wings every Wednesday. You got 21 delicious flavors to choose from, and the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Save time and order online. Go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you, order online, and earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Is it possible, Kyle Draper, is it possible that Draymond Green last night saw Rudy Gobert accost his teammate, maybe he thought, oh, he's going after Clay, I better jump in there and defend. I think they called him on the broadcast, Big Brother Draymond. Is it possible that in Draymond's mind, he was just defending a teammate, nothing more?
I'll say, 70 to 80% in his mind. But the question is, how far can you go defending a teammate? When does that excuse become invalid? I'm going to just throw this out there. Let's say, you know what? He picked up a chair and hit somebody. Oh, I was just defending. Like, there has to be a line you can't cross when defending your teammate. And it's not only defending your teammate, but part of it, I think, was Rudy Gobert, too. Like, they've had a history of going back and forth with each other. And for Draymond to be that geeked up, that fired up that early in the game, I think when you look at it, that little 2-game mini-series they had, there was some carryover from Sunday night as well.
Yeah, I know this is what the league is looking at right now. Maybe they talk to people, they go over the video. In my opinion, I don't think it's reasonable to assume that, Draymond thought he was defending a teammate. Maybe that was some of it, but the fact that, as you say, is Rudy Gobert.
There's some extra there.
First thing he did was lock him up in a sleeper hold and drag him away. That there was a lot more to it. He saw it as an opportunity to, as you say, take a shot at a real rival who has gotten under his skin. Draymond doesn't like, Draymond likes to say things about people. He doesn't like it when you say things back.
Yes.
He didn't like that at all.
Yeah, he didn't like that. And did you hear what Rudy Gobert said after the game, or, read what he said about once they knew Steph wasn't playing, that Draymond was going to do whatever he can to get kicked out of the game? And so
that's probably not true.
I don't know if that's
history, but
right.
That's
a great line, right?
Get at somebody. Yeah, it's a great verbal shot.
Every time Steph doesn't play, Green doesn't want to play without his guy Steph, so he does anything he can to get ejected. Called him a clown, said it was clown behavior. And that's what it was. And, I know there's some – it's funny because you watched the broadcast last night on the Golden State Channel, NBC Sports Bay Area, and you hear Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina Azubuike. And then you go to social media as well, and some people are actually defending Draymond Green in this situation. I've seen former athletes, our guy Matt Barnes, say, you know what? He's defending this guy. But there has to be a line you can't cross.
Yeah.
And when does defending your guy stop? And
that's what I'm saying.
Like, you're dragging Rudy Gobert around the court an
Right.
extra 8 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't, to me, his actions weren't consistent with the reasonable thought that he was defending the teammate. Maybe initially, maybe he knew that I could do this under the guise of defending my teammate, but I don't think that excuse would stand up before anybody who's actually trying to decide, justice in this case. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. How about Eric joining us here on Sactown Sports? Hi, Eric. How are you?
Hey, long time no talk, guys, but I do have to confirm the KFC is still my favorite over Popeyes.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one for KFC.
Yeah. But I'm driving right now. I'm in the Bay Area. I was listening to your old station, Whitey, 95.7. And both the hosts and some of the callers they're definitely defending Draymond. It's not just like defend your guy. They're trying to blame Gobert. They have like a whole segment blaming Gobert for this problem. Like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with the Warriors fans, but man, this is like, Kyle makes a great point. Like, how far do you go? Because to put the blame on Gobert, like he's the one at fault here, when it was clearly, maybe Clay and McDaniels were at fault, and then Draymond came in, but Gobert was, not the guy that I didn't. And then I heard, did you guys hear about Pat Beverly is blaming Towns for not being more physical and not punching somebody? Like, what kind of society do we live in now where we're now going to crap on guys because they did choke somebody out, did punch somebody? Where are we on this? So the guy that said this is old school, I disagree. I think this is actually new school. The new school is to keep it real. And Draymond, I don't know. I hope he finds out. F around to find out. I hope he gets a 10-game suspension. That's not my prediction, but that would be I think 10 games. You're out till freaking Christmas, buddy. All right, thanks.
Good to hear from you. 10 games I think would be equitable. I just don't think there's any way. No, I'd be surprised if he gets more than 3.
Yeah.
Just because of where the league
I got
is coming
3 to
from.
5. But I want to pick up on something that last caller talked about. And, this isn't the 80s and the 90s, but those guys were real tough guys. Like, now we got a lot of fake. Yeah, you had to be. Like, now we got a lot of fake tough guys who run back to their mansions, hop in their, $250,000 car, and they're tweeting, tough guy Pat Beverly, tough guy Draymond Green. Guys, you're multi-million-dollar athletes. You're not on the streets anymore. And that's what got John Morant. John Morant was trying to be tough, waving the gun around. It's like, dude, leave that in the past. Same thing with Draymond. This isn't the playgrounds of Flint, Michigan. You're not on Michigan State's. You're in an NBA arena. You're in the Chase Center. You're in one of the most, what's the word I'm looking for in San Francisco? The most well-off-to-do areas of posh areas in the entire country. But yet you want to be hard? You want to be a thug? You want to play? Like, leave that stuff in the past, man. Draymond's better than that. He should be better than that.
Plus, your kids are watching.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and you brought up something interesting. It had to be more than just defending the teammate, because he was set off too quickly.
He will, and the team will stand by that, but it doesn't hold up.
Because from the more I think about it, I think he came into the game a little fired up.
Right.
Whether it was against Rudy Gobert or what happened Sunday night or whatever, he was already on one. To react the way he did that quickly, he was already on one.
And you could almost say the same to a lesser degree about Pat Beverly, who clearly is not a big fan of his former teammate Cat. So he's like, oh, here's a chance for me to take a shot at Cat. He should have punched somebody. He's soft.
That's I hate to say it. That's that hood kind of mentality where, if somebody, does something to you, you got to get them back. You got to prove to be tough. They're not tough, though. My thing is, be who you are. Karl Anthony Towns, he was who he is. He's not trying to be a tough guy. He's not trying to go out there swinging. Rudy Gobert's not trying to really throw shots like that. And so it's embarrassing that Pat Bev would say something like that.
It is. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Tin is with us on Sactown Sports.
Tin.
Tin, what's up?
What's up with y'all? I'm about to be at the LA Arena in a few hours. Anything you guys want to tell me before I head in there?
Say that again. It's hard to hear you, Tim.
He's going to be at the LA Arena in a few hours.
Oh, you are? Okay, that's what's up.
Before he goes in there.
Any tips? Let me think. Keep your eyes on the court, not in the stands, if that makes sense. Because Lakers fans always get the rap of like not paying attention to the game. When I went to LA and I go to LA games, I'm looking for the celebrities too. I'm like, oh my God, that's Denzel right there. So I'm telling you, try to keep your eyes on the action on the court.
That'd be no problem because I'm in the nosebleeds, so I'll get bird's eye view of everything going on.
There you go, Tin. There you go.
All right, Tin. Thank you. Mike joins us on Sactown Sports. Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good, guys. I just want to talk about the Draymond thing.
Yeah, what you got?
And I want to know what you guys think about this. Because first off, it's Draymond, championship team pedigree. I get that. But Draymond's been doing this for a long time. Now, if it was Alex Lynn or Daven Mitchell, they're going to throw the book at him. I have a weird feeling that Draymond's going to get away with this. And me, as a Kings fan, I still think about when he stomped on Domas and how we try to kick LeBron.
Hey, Mike.
This is what this guy does.
Excuse me. I wanted to ask you a question to that point.
Yeah.
What, in your opinion, what kind of penalty would you feel like, oh, he got away with it? I mean, if he got 1 or 2 games, would you feel like, he got away with it? Or what kind of penalty would it take?
1 or 2 games. Yeah. He's definitely getting away with it. Like Draymond, he averages that a season, 1 or 2 games suspensions. I think it needs to be more like 6 games because I've already looked at the schedule. We play those guys at 6 games.
Yes, right.
I want Draymond sitting down watching us. This is revenge for Domas. Let's go.
Thank you, Mike. I think I'm with you, Kyle. I understand where Mike's coming from, but I want to see Draymond.
I want him back. Because and I just thought about it too. First of all, I want him back because I want the Kings fans to give him the business. I want Domas to have a big game. But secondly, when the Kings win, I don't want to hear any excuses. Oh, we didn't have Draymond. Right. Draymond wasn't there. That's why the Kings won. No, I want to beat the Warriors whole, and I'm hoping he comes back for that.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. How many games would you give Draymond? How many do you think he will get? And are the Kings catching the Lakers at a good time tonight? That more next when the Drive Guys come right back on Sactown Sports.
Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo, touchdown! San Francisco!
That's the 49ers team we all know and love.
Bosa's got another sack.
San Francisco got back on track and looks to keep things rolling Sunday at home versus Tampa Bay.
Birding under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone!
It's the 49ers and Buccaneers Sunday at 1 on Sactown Sports.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at FolsomLakeFord.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com. 0
down with approved credit.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
When every shot counts, the professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio encourage you to try the brand new Titleist T-Series irons. Irons designed to enhance your play through control, distance, flight, forgiveness, looks, sound, and feel. With 4 T-Series models, the fitting team at Hagen Oaks will find the perfect Titleist T-Series iron for you. Call 916-808-2531 to find your fit today. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Over the last 5 years, there's been a 25% increase in reported hate crimes. A hate crime not only harms the victim, but strikes fear into their entire community. Our community. The FBI is committed to combating hate crime and seeking justice. We're here to help. If you have been a victim or witness to a hate crime, dial 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit a tip at tips.fbi.gov. Protecting our communities together. Dial 1-800-CALL-FBI to report hate crimes. Sponsored by the FBI. Aired by California Broadcasters.
Get your retirement savings to play ball with your retirement plan. Call Cap Trust today at 916-924-7527 or log on to captrust.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
So Kyle Draper, Whitey Gleason, Drive Guys here. Are the Kings catching the Lakers at a good time tonight? Because the Lakers, they're in the midst here of 6 games in 9 days, and they did play last night. They played well, though, a one-sided win over Memphis, 134-107. But does that play into the Kings' favor tonight? Second of a back-to-back for the Lakers.
I think so, because when you look at it, and right now LeBron James is questionable, but he, the thing is, yesterday's game was such a blowout for them.
Yeah.
It wasn't a whole lot of heavy lifting, so I fully expect LeBron to play. Now, if LeBron had played 40 minutes, he only played 23 minutes last night. And it's a nationally televised game, and doesn't the league now have this new sitting out policy and everything? And so I think LeBron would want to play, but like I said, they played last night and, was able to mop the floor with Memphis, and we'll see. Second night of a back-to-back. Anthony Davis played 27 minutes. So their guys didn't really do a whole lot of heavy lifting last night.
By the way, speaking of injured superstars in the West, I think Steph is also missing tomorrow. Is
he out tomorrow also? Yeah.
Knee, and they said they did MRI and everything's fine, but I believe he's missing one more game. Last night, this doesn't seem like the Lakers, does it? They made 22 of 35 threes.
Wow.
62.9%, which I believe is the highest any team has ever shot from the three-point line with a minimum of, 15 attempts, whatever it is. 62.9% beyond the arc for the Lakers.
And they're not a good three-point shooting team at all, and that's the thing. But it's just like what we said about the Kings. When a team shoots like that, it's like you're not going to win. Looking at these Lakers offensive numbers, they're 23rd in the NBA in three-point shooting percentage at 34%. they start Cam Reddish, who historically has not been a good shooter at all. He's coming along now. He's playing the best ball of his career, but he's not a guy that you're going to run out to and, Cam's at the three-point line. And so last night, it just happened to be one of those nights, man. They were clicking. I wonder if it had to do with the in-season tournament floor. The court, maybe.
Okay, that was Memphis is in their group.
Yeah, yes, exactly. That was an in-season tournament game, but they mollywopped Memphis last night.
And D'Angelo Russell, we talked about this during the crossover. He scored 24 last night. He shot 8 threes, and he made 6 of them. So given his history against the Kings, as we discussed, even going back just to the preseason, he had one preseason game against the Kings. He could have scored 50 if he stayed in the game. I'm a little concerned about him tonight.
No, exactly. Obviously LeBron and AD, they're going to get all the love, but historically, D'Angelo Russell has been a Kings killer. Last year he had a big game against Sacramento, I do believe, and I'm pulling up his career numbers against Sacramento. He averages 19.1 points, 6.1 assists. But when you look even deeper at his numbers against Sac, 42.5% from three-point range. Exactly.
I don't want to hear that.
I'm just giving you the real here.
42.5%
against Sac. Let me look at that. That has to be Cleveland. He shoots 45.4. That's second best versus any team.
He's a very gifted, a little bit erratic, but a very gifted shooter.
No, he is.
Extremely gifted shooter.
And I think it was last year there was a game, or it might have even been this year, the preseason game that you're talking about. I think our guy G-Man said, D'Angelo Russell, you don't want him to get hot. He hits 1 or 2.
Right.
He can take, and that's exactly what happened. He hit like 2, then 3, then 4, and he's hard to turn off.
Yeah, because as you said, they're known for their size. And I know after the Kings beat them in that overtime game, one of the first things Coach Brown went to in the postgame was he started looking at the points in the paint. And the Kings did a pretty good job limiting the Lakers to like 40-something in that game. And he's like, that's pretty good against them. But if they're making threes like they did last night, all of a sudden they become very tough team to beat.
When you look at LeBron James, his career historically, some of his best teams were with guys who could hit the three-point shot.
Right.
You look at, in Miami when you had a guy like Mike Miller, Ray Allen on the team. And so that's a nightmare. If they're hitting three-point shots, that opens things up for LeBron and AD. And so I got to imagine, when you talk about the scouting report, you don't want to overreact, obviously, to the Lakers. But, man, if they're such a good team in the paint, you can't allow them also to gas you from the three-point line.
Where do you think this quote-unquote rivalry is? And if you're a Kings fan, have any opinion on that, I'd love to know where it is at 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Because to me right now, the Warriors are the real emotional rival. The Lakers, to me, are more, we know they're the rivals. Right. It's kind of like intellectually, yes, they're our rivals, but it doesn't have the same resonance as, the Warriors.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear from Kings fans on this because I know I have my opinion. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. I feel like I have more hatred towards the Warriors. But then earlier this year, that Sunday game at Golden One, there had to be about 40% Lakers fans in there. And they were annoying.
Oh, yeah.
And so I could see why some would say, no, the Lakers are still our rivals, Warriors. But present day, I think the hatred is deeper right now between the Warriors and the Kings.
Hotter.
Yeah, it's hotter right now.
The Lakers-Kings rivalry runs a lot deeper.
Yeah, deeper, longer, obviously, historically.
There's always it's a great feeling when you beat the Lakers.
It really is, and when you see them down. And, but let me ask you this. This iteration of the Lakers, I don't find them as unlikable as some of the other,
I know what you mean.
If you know what I mean. Like, I know how fans don't like LeBron James, but if you had to rank the list of players between the Warriors and Lakers you don't like the most, Draymond would easily be top 1. Who would be number 2? I could argue Klay Thompson. Steph right now with the whole night and everything could be number 2. And so I think the Warriors right now.
You're conveniently, of course, leaving out Dylan Brooks, the favorite.
No. I'm just talking about between these two franchises.
All right.
No. Why you got to bring Dylan, bro? I know you're not a Dylan, but, these Lakers, it's more their fan base that we hate instead of the actual players, I think, right now. With the Warriors, I think there's both the fans and the players we dislike. You
know how sometimes we say about a team, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. It's like, this team's better than it should be with these guys. The Lakers are like, in an ugly way, the whole is worse than the sum of the parts. Like any of these guys, he's okay. But you put them all together in the Lakers, I can't stand any of them. You know what I mean? Like even Austin Reeves, like that's kind of a nice story.
But if Austin Reeves wore a Brooklyn Nets jersey, it'd be okay. You wouldn't even care.
Oh, that's nice. But on the Lakers, like I'm so sick of him.
You're right.
Rui, and I like Rui, but now Rui. Oh, I can't stand Rui Hachimura, the Lakers.
Yeah.
Oh. And I used to like him.
Yeah. You know what's interesting, though, about Austin Reeves, and you're 100% right. If he was playing for the Orlando Magic and doing the same exact thing,
what a nice player.
Nobody'd be talking about him. Nice player. He wouldn't be on Team USA. He wouldn't be, it's ridiculous. And I like Austin Reeves. I like his game. I think he's a good player, but because he wears that purple and gold, he does get a little more love.
What is it, Country Mamba or whatever?
Is that his nickname now?
It's something like that. Some people tried to call him that. Yeah, get out of here with that. Steven joins us. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Steven, where are you with this Kings-Lakers rivalry right now?
Kings-Lakers rivalry, man, it's been kind of iffy.
Yeah.
It's been kind of iffy, if I could say, man. It hasn't really been as prominent as the Kings-Warriors rivalry, in my opinion. The last few years, I feel like the Kings-Warriors has grown to be one of the better rivalries in all of basketball. And I feel like that it's not necessarily talked about. Like, I don't think, we could talk about driving narratives and the media and all that fun stuff. But as far as just basic basketball, man, I feel like the Kings and the Warriors, man, that's got to be one of the best rivalries in basketball. As far as Lakers are concerned, though, they have our number. They've had our number. I mean, we could talk about 0-2, but we also don't have to talk about 0-2. So, I mean, it's one of those things, man. It's one of those things, man, where it's a rivalry that still exists on our end.
Gotcha.
I don't really want to get up for us. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things. We see it as a rivalry, but I mean, in reality, my opinion, man, and I appreciate you guys letting me share it. Warriors and Kings, man, that's got to be one of the best growing rivalries in all of basketball, and I really feel like that should be something that
Steven.
Even the NBA and the league should be talking about.
Yeah, I agree.
Scheduled.
That's why they played 8 of the first 9 games against each other. Yeah, the Laker thing, it's just kind of almost dormant right now, but it's still there.
It's still there. Yeah, it's still there. And,
a volcano that isn't active right now, but it could go.
But is it the actual players? That's what I'm saying. Like, back in the day, there was a reason to hate Kobe Bryant. Is there LeBron? He's hated everywhere. I'm talking about. Is there a reason to have a distaste for Anthony Davis?
The biggest reason is seriously is because he wears a Lakers.
Because he wears the Lakers. Right. Yeah. But like,
whereas Kobe and Shaq's like, you just got tired of
getting handed to
by them,
and that's where we're at with the Warriors now too. The Warriors are winning now. Steph is doing the night. He's taking glee in beating you. Draymond stomping on your center. Like, there's legitimate reason to hate the Warriors and to hate their fan base, because 70% of them just joined the Warriors Nation in the last 10 years.
Right.
They're the arrogance of the Warriors fan base is killing me. Mm-hmm. Like I said before, and I went viral about this. They're new money. They're not a legacy franchise. A lot of these fans jumped on the bandwagon when Steph Curry got cooking. And that, to me, it just, I don't know, man. It's a reason to dislike them as well.
Yeah, we'll take a quick timeout, come right back with more on this, the state of this rivalry. Also, tell you where last night leaves the Kings in the in-season tournament. The picture's getting more and more interesting when the Drive Guys come right back here. Kyle Draper, Whitey Gleason, and you on Sactown Sports.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Gobble, gobble, folks. It's that time of year again when the leaves fall, and so do the prices at Elk Grove Kia. We're bringing you Thanksgiving early with deals that'll make your wallet say thanks. This fall, our lot is stuffed with the latest Kia models, and we've carved out incredible savings. Get your hands on a brand new Kia with Elk Grove Kia's award-winning reliability and service you can trust, unlike your auntie's dodgy broccoli casserole. Don't wait until the turkey's on the table. Come to Elk Grove Kia and feast on the best deals this fall. And don't worry if you have challenged credit. Our finance team has over 100 years of experience. They may or may not have even helped a pilgrim or two get qualified. So hurry on down to Elk Grove Kia, where the prices are falling faster than Uncle Bob falls asleep in front of the football game at Thanksgiving. It's the Thanksgiving sale going on now at Elk Grove Kia, located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, or check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. Elk Grove Kia, where the only thing bigger than our savings is our gratitude for our amazing customers.
Elk Grove Kia.
When your people are ready, your business is ready. Cintas makes sure they have what they need to perform their best. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, fire protection systems that are tested and inspected, first aid and safety supplies, floor mats, or cleaning tools and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together, so visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple of people recommended the Good Feet store to me, I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around this store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Knee, hip, foot, leg, or back pain? Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
You know, Drace, we should have gotten your boy Kendrick Perkins on today to see what he thought of Draymond and Rudy Gobert. I know he had some interesting things to say on X about that.
Yeah, this would have been perfect, right? This would have been perfect to have him on.
Yeah, so thanks for being with us. We've been talking about that today as we await word from the NBA and what they may do with Draymond Green. What suspension do you think would be appropriate? What do you think they will do? And also, we've been talking about the fact that you got the Kings against the Lakers right now. And, you know, there was a time, if you've been a Kings fan for very long, you know, the Lakers, and it still resonates, that rivalry, but it's not close to what it is with the Warriors right now. So we're just asking you, as a Kings fan, where are you with this Laker-Kings rivalry? How hot does it feel to you right now? 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Reggie joins us on Sactown Sports. Hey, Reg, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Hello.
I just like to thank 1140 for all these years supporting Sacramento. I remember having conversations with you and Phantom, and I now look forward to having new conversations with this team. But definitely always will be a rivalry between the Lakers and the Kings. The Kings playing basketball with Magic.
Yeah.
So I am a longtime Laker fan. Everyone knows that, and my family and the community. But definitely always, and it still is a rivalry, man. It's Northern, best Southern California. It's the Kings and the Lakers. You got to go with the Lakers. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think we got to let you go. That's what we got to let you go. We're not going to go with the Lakers. But thank you,
we
Reggie.
always got to go. Yeah.
Thank you for checking in. Yes, and we look forward to having more conversations with you. Breeze on Sactown Sports. Hello, Breeze. How are you?
Hey, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Long-time listener, first-time calling in. I just have to say, this Kings-Warriors rivalry just feels so manufactured. It feels Hallmark. It feels like they're trying to print it out and say, this is it. And it's just because they're competing for the same square mileage of fan base. That Kings and Lakers rivalry was a civil war. You had to watch how you spoke. If you were from Sacramento and you said the wrong slang word down in LA, everybody knew where you were from. You were getting dragged at the party. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know which words I'm talking about. It was a thing. And people can say what they want about California. We take our sports seriously. We live and die by our teams. We root for our teams to the end. When you try to take them away from us, you see the reactions that we have.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that Lakers-Kings rivalry was a different level. We had the entire house divided. I don't think any other one state can stand up to California sports, let alone when our rivalries take up the entire state, top to bottom. As much as the Warriors are there, I have a ton of respect for them, albeit as much as I'm not a big fan of Draymond Green. I will say this: they deserve all the accolades they get. They deserve all of it. They're the flavor of the decade, for lack of a better term. Kings Lakers, it might be 20 years old, but it's still there. Kobe, I couldn't imagine Kobe laughing at this. This would be a situation where legends on both sides, I think, would say it's Kings Lakers. It's not the same. I've never heard anybody else call us the Queens in an interview before.
That's true, Reggie. Let me ask you, though, and you touched on this, I can understand the deep-seated hatred of the Lakers. We're going back decades, obviously. But right now, I don't know, and maybe it's just me because I'm sort of new here. I've been here 3 years. But when I walk into a building and when I walk into Golden One Center, I feel like the Warriors fans are much more arrogant right now than the Lakers fans are. And maybe it's just me, but you're not feeling that out there?
You know what it is? It doesn't affect me the same because I remember when the Warriors were the bottom of the barrel. It doesn't hit the same. It's like, you know what? Enjoy this. I want you guys to enjoy this. Enjoy every minute of it and talk your stuff. Do it up the way that you deserve to do it because it might not happen again ever. It might not. That's what they're doing what they're supposed to do in my eyes. And like I said, it feels bubblegum. It feels manufactured. Like half these kids, all of their gear is brand new. You see Kings gear. You see people wearing their dad's Kings jerseys. You see people wearing their older brother's Kings jackets. You see Mitch Richmond jerseys left and right. When was the last time you saw somebody wearing a Baron Davis Warriors jersey?
Right. Chris Mullen Warriors jersey. It's like, no, you're right.
John Mullen.
Oh, John, yeah. But you know what? But that's what upsets me the most about the current state of the Warriors. A lot of their fans are last 10 years, and so whereas Laker fans mostly are deep-seated. They grew up Lakers fans. That's how they've been. There are a lot of bandwagon Warriors fans right now.
Thank you, Breeze. Appreciate your insight. And I'll tell you, he's right. And it wasn't just the whole state was caught up in the Lakers and Kings. It was national. I mean, we're talking the conference finals. Everybody watched those games. And to his point about the rivalry, I may have mentioned this to you before, but when the Lakers won that series, it was 2002, I had T-shirts printed that said Lakers world champions with an asterisk. Then at the bottom under the asterisk, it said, remember game 6.
Ooh.
And apparently I was told Jeff Peach, or someone said, give me one of those. Jeff will wear that. I don't know if he did or not, but I was down at Disneyland that summer with my family.
Yeah.
And we were the Thunder Mountain Railroad in line. And this guy goes, hey, I remember game 6. He goes, it was great.
Oh,
and I was there with my family. So I was like, okay,
you're about to square up down there.
There's a play on. Yeah.
You're about to brawl at Disney, the happiest place on earth.
Disneyland.
Yeah. And the Warriors nowhere near that level of hatred that it was back then with the Kings and the Lakers. But I think it's trending that way. I mean, if we see them in the playoffs again, it can.
Oh, it's very hot. This was like
hot.
A fire that wasn't there, the Kings and the Warriors. And all of a sudden, it was white hot.
Right.
And the Lakers and Kings smoldered over a few years.
Yeah.
It got brighter and brighter and hotter. And it's still, like I say, it's just kind of smoldering right now.
Yeah.
But
our boy Campio says it's not a rivalry. Kings must win the title for it to be a rivalry.
Is Campio a Laker fan?
I think no.
Didn't he go to Magic Johnson's first game?
Exactly. I thought Kareem was his uncle, actually. Capio.
Jesse joins us, Sactown Sports. Hey, Jesse, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
Love the show. First of all, you guys are doing a great job. But regarding the Kings Lakers, rivalry. Unfortunately, I think that Kings fans.
You know what, Jesse? I'm very sorry. And it's not your fault. There's something with the connection. So apologize. Please go back. We would love to talk to you, but it's just difficult to hear you because of the problem with our connection, cellular issues, what have you. When we come back, we will look as promised at how the Kings are doing in West Group C.
Okay.
It's actually getting kind of interesting.
Yeah, you like the in-season tournament.
Yeah, and the latest on Draymond Green, too, when we come right back. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
2 rivals, 1 goal. It's our region's biggest college football game.
Saturday at noon, UC Davis and Sacramento State battle in the 69th Annual Causeway Classic.
So much at stake as potential playoff spots are on the line as the Hornets and Aggies square off to close out the 2023 college football season. Pre-game coverage begins at 11:30 with kickoff at noon from Aggie Stadium and right here on Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind. And that's okay, because at Sac Sewer, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And it's our job to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. Whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night, at 916-875-6730. Sac Sewer. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
I'm a Vietnam veteran.
I always knew that I was going to join the military.
My grandfather pulled out his own military uniform and actually let me put it on.
The greatest thing you could ever do in your life is to change and impact the world around you.
Anybody that has ever served in the military has that sense of serving others.
I wanted to keep the people of the United States safe.
Being a veteran comes with a responsibility.
My role is being a protector.
We're born a proud country. We need to keep it that way.
Boot Barn.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with zero down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com.
Zero down with approved credit. The 49ers Report, brought to you by EB Stone. EB Stone for the life of your garden. Everything went right for the red and gold in Week 10, bouncing back against Jacksonville 34-3. The win snaps a 3-game lose streak for San Francisco, putting them at 6-3 on the season. Brock Purdy got back on track, throwing for 296 yards and 3 touchdowns Sunday. The 49ers defense also got back to their standards, combining for 5 sacks and 4 turnovers against Jacksonville. The 49ers returned to Levi's Stadium in Week 11 to face the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Celebrating over a century as a family-owned business, EB Stone has gathered in valuable insights into nurturing plant growth. Venture into indoor planting with EB Stone's Edna's Best indoor and outdoor potting soil. Watch your little plants flourish into ideal indoor companions for the whole family to relish during the holidays. EB Stone's indoor and outdoor potting soil is a meticulously crafted blend of essential ingredients. Your plants will thrive both indoors and outdoors. Trust EB Stone for the entire lifespan of your garden. Explore more gardening tips, products, and find nearby locations at ebstone.org. Wishing you a season filled with joy and flourishing greenery.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
The Soundgarden, a little bit of Soundgarden. Every time I hear, Soundgarden, I think, oh, Seattle needs an NBA team. Is it Pearl Jam used to be Mookie Blaylock? That was the real name of the band.
Yeah.
Exactly. They need basketball up there.
It's happening. Remember my sources. Remember?
I thought your sources said Vegas.
Vegas too. Yeah.
I see Steph Curry said he definitely wants to own a team when he's done.
Oh, now he wants to own a team, huh?
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
The Warrior fans say he already owns a team. So
right, exactly. Ouch. But
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. It's the Drive, guys. Before we get to the in-season tournament where the Kings stand, we were just talking about the rivalry between the Kings and the Lakers with those two teams playing tonight. Where is that right now? I'm going to read this. It's going to make some people mad, but I think it sheds some light on the way some people want to look at this, okay? They didn't put their name on it, of course.
Of course.
Laker fans rarely do. Laker fans will rarely text something and put their name on it. From the 916, 281 to 165, 17-0. How is this a rivalry? I assume.
Ouch.
Yeah. Well, the Kings actually do have one championship, so that's factually incorrect. It was a while ago.
Yes.
But I disagree with that notion, whether you're talking about this rivalry or any rivalry. Some people say, well, if one team, if the lesser team hasn't beaten the team that's more accomplished, it's not a rivalry. And we just know that's just not true.
It's not true. And here's the thing about it, Whitey. The players know it's a rivalry. Like Kobe and Shaq knew it was a rivalry with the Kings. Shaq doesn't call them the Sacramento Queens if it isn't a rival. Steph Curry doesn't do the night and exactly the beam thing and everything, lighting the beam. Like the players tell us that it's a rivalry. And so to, this texter's point, 281, so what? Who cares? Steph Curry gets up for playing the Kings. Draymond gets up for playing the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, and to your point, when Kobe and Shaq Lakers played the Kings, the whole country paid attention.
The whole country.
Yeah.
Yes. What would you say is the best rivalry right now in the NBA? Like team rivalry.
We're so immersed in, I'm trying to get beyond just the one here.
Yeah.
And I'm having a hard time thinking of any that I know. Back east, the Eastern Seaboard, there are a lot of traditional rivalries, but
Celtics,
I don't know if they
Sixers,
really are popping as much right now.
Celtics, Heat, yeah.
You got 3 teams in Texas, but when they play, is it really a big
right.
deal? I think Kings Warriors right now is probably the hottest and brightest one going, and I think that's why the NBA had them play so many games against each other early in the year, trying to capitalize on the momentum from last year.
And, what tells you it's a rivalry also, like you said, the schedule, but also that Tuesday night game is on TNT.
Yeah.
That's a must-see game now. In recent years, Warriors-Kings, it wouldn't be a national kind of game. But now, after that great 7-game series, it's a must-see. And you got De'Aaron Fox, who nearly dethroned Steph Curry. You got Draymond, the stomp on Sabonis. There's so many storylines. 2 franchises separated by an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes away from each other. And so I think, and obviously we're biased, but in terms of the level of hatred right now, and it's running hot right now, I think Kings Warriors might be the biggest rivalry.
I think we're in an age that's far from a golden age for rivalries in the NBA because we've had, 5 different champions the last 5 years?
Yeah.
That parity is great. But, in the playoffs, that's how rivalries are really forged. That's where they're forged. When you have 2 teams playing against each other for all the marbles multiple times over a period of years, there's some real hatred there. And we just haven't had that repetition the last few years. It's been a lot of different teams. Great games, but you don't have the rivalries because it's a different team winning the title every year.
Well, think about it. The reason Larry Bird and Magic Johnson were rivals and Lakers-Celtics was a rivalry. True, they did battle in college, but Lakers and Celtics met so many times in the postseason as well. It felt like every year they were winning it. Mm-hmm. The reason why Cavs-Warriors was a rivalry is because multiple years, 3 out of the 4 years, I think it was, or 4 years in a row, like they met each other in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And so I think you have to have some sort of
4 years in a row.
It was. Yeah, you're right. LeBron won 1 and the Warriors won 3. And I think it's sort of carried over now that LeBron's with the Lakers. LeBron is sort of that guy that brings the rivalry with him wherever he goes. Like, for instance, when he was in Cleveland, Boston, that was a rivalry. When he went to Miami, Boston, that was a rivalry. Obviously, Lakers, Celtics. And so I think right now, there are a lot of matchups that just don't burn hot anymore among fan bases. And from a Sacramento standpoint, you mentioned it earlier, really we couldn't care about the Warriors for a long time, but all of a sudden it just got white hot in the last couple of years.
And people would look at it, people close to the rivalry, and would say, wow, that could be a real rivalry someday. It should be. And it just wasn't until all of a sudden it was. But you look at that Cavaliers-Warriors thing, 4 years in a row they played in the finals.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about a rivalry. And that wasn't that long ago. I guess 2018 was the last year they played. So it was a while ago. But now they just played, would they play Saturday? Did they play?
Yeah, Saturday.
And I remember watching it and I had to remind myself, oh, yeah, this used to be a huge rivalry.
It's nothing. It's
now.
not. And so let's talk about it then. Lakers-Kings. No matter who's in the uniform, that rivalry is going to live on. Is the Warriors-Kings like that? I don't think it's like that yet. I think you take Steph, Draymond, and they go on and it's a new iteration, I don't know if it's burning as hot as it is.
I agree. I think there's a very good chance
Yeah.
that after this runs its course, and hopefully it won't for a long time because it's fun, but I think we may go back to where it was like, not a big deal right now.
Right. I mean, and their run's over anyway, so it could be coming here, this year, next year, maybe. You know, the Warriors are pretty much toast. They're done. Done. It is done, you know? And so, no, I'm looking forward to that game. Hopefully your boy Draymond, well, not your boy. I know you don't like him.
That's
all
right.
That's all right. Let me tell you something.
Funny.
Let me let you behind the curtain. When somebody does something good or positive, he's my guy. When it's somebody, you understand that? So your boy Draymond, I hope he's there on that Tuesday game.
That's another Drapes bomb, our second one.
You just happen to notice that. Huh? You noticed that. All right.
John Hollinger, West Group C in The Athletic. He breaks it down this way. He says, resurgent Minnesota held off Golden State on Tuesday. This is all tournament stuff. So the Wolves will be the group winners if they win a home game November 24th against Sacramento.
Because they're 2-0 right now, right?
Yeah. However, the Kings also are unbeaten.
Yeah.
And if they prevail in Minnesota, that could set up a spicy finale to the in-season tournament. Golden State versus Sacramento in the last game of the night with a potential wild card spot or group title on the line.
Yes.
The way it's lining up, the Kings could have some very significant games in this tournament, or at least as significant as this thing is going to get.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the standings now because Minnesota, they're undefeated right now. Sacramento's undefeated, but they've only played one game. The Warriors are 1-1. And so I'm looking at the schedule here. Man, the Timberwolves' next in-season tournament game is against the Kings, which is, a week from Friday. And so I think that game, think about it. Sacramento could be 2-1.
Now, will they play the Kings?
And then
San Antonio between now and that game?
Yeah, so the Kings could be 3-0 even. Think about that. 3-0 going into that game against the Warriors, and the Warriors still have San Antonio and Sacramento left. Minnesota has Sacramento and OKC. I think we're in agreement, though. The Spurs with 2 losses and the Thunder with 2 losses. They're probably out of it, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're mathematically out of it. I'd have to double check, but if not, they're very close.
Yeah, the best they could do is 2-2. So they'd have to be in a tie with either Minnesota, Sacramento, or Golden State. And so, no, it's going to come down to the wire. And
so far, so good. I was skeptical about this thing, and it's not done yet, but I think it's working.
Do you like it? Do you like it?
Yeah.
Think about what we've had so far in the in-season tournament. We mentioned the first night of it, the margin of victory was like 4.7, the greatest it's been in the last 10 years. Then last night, you got brawls all around the league. You got the Golden State one. You got the Lakers getting into one as well with Memphis yesterday. And so I think, what was the other game? There was another game that Spurs game had a little dust
Thunder.
up. Yeah,
yes.
That was a little dust up as well. And so it's a little extra spice, I think, in these in-season tournament games.
And it's interesting, you listen to the players, and they mentioned, somebody in Minnesota mentioned, well, there was an in-season tournament game too. And I don't think they were just giving it lip service. They know players want to win that money.
Yeah, I think so. I think they understand, and here's the thing about players, and they'll all tell you, when there's a championship on the line, something to play for, there's actually standings to look at. I think, you see them going for it. LeBron playing last night, let's say, on the first night of a back-to-back. Historically, maybe he rests last night and plays tonight, but it looks like he's going to play tonight as well. And so I love the in-season tournament. I like the courts, actually. They're growing on me. And I think it helped that we had tight games. Did you see that Nuggets-Clippers game and the way that finished up? That came down to the wire. And so we're seeing some great basketball.
But the Clippers lost. What a surprise.
Yeah, they couldn't execute down the stretch. What a surprise. 0-6 now since trading for James Harden. 0-4, I think, with him actually on the floor. Yeah.
Could have told them that. They just should have asked. By the way, my pre-in-season tournament prediction is still alive.
What do you got?
The Kings against the Hawks. That's
What's
what
Atlanta?
I said.
Let me see Atlanta.
I think they have a big game against Indiana, a group game.
Ooh,
I don't
they got
know,
Philadelphia. They still got 3 in-season tournament games left. Philadelphia, Indiana, and Cleveland. I'll tell you who the worst division is. The Celtics division. Brooklyn, Chicago, Orlando, and Toronto. That's
So are the Celtics cruising? In
yeah,
that?
pretty much. They've only played one game, but they should easily win that.
So this thing, yeah, we could end up with some extra spicy Kings games the rest of the way, and then we have to figure out what the schedule is, right?
Dude, what's up with that? Like, who knows what's going on here? Like, everything's on hold. I'm trying to make trips, book flights and everything. But that whole week is on hold right now.
When we come back, the answer to the biggest Draymond Green question of them all, and I think it's a simple one.
Yeah.
When does it stop? That's next year with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's going on at Hoblet this month, Chad?
We're celebrating the Black Friday sales event all month long, which means you're saving big with up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 crew cabs with no payments for 90 days. That means you get your new truck with no payments until 2024. And we have new Rams starting under $30,000.
That's probably why you're the number one Ram truck dealer in California and number 3 in the nation.
Well, that, and because we also have huge savings on heavy duties too, with up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 heavy-duty crew cabs. That means you can get the brand new heavy-duty truck you need starting at $45,995 and no payments until next year.
Well, there you go. Get your new truck now at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$15,000 total net savings on 1,500 after 11,000 factory rebates and 4,000 dealer discount. 5 of this net savings. Under $30,000 VIN number 527379. 15,000 total net savings on 2,500 after 10,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discount. 5 of this net savings. 45,995 VIN 502146. Rebates include 1,000 case construction bonus cash. Must have purchased eligible case equipment from qualifying dealer. No payments for 90 days through Chrysler Capital.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Hey, we haven't talked yet about today's stunning NFL news. The news that Brock Purdy has been declared the greatest football player of all time. No, I'm kidding. That's
fantasy land right there.
Shocking news out of Cleveland. Deshaun Watson is done for the year. And he's had a shoulder injury, but it's a different injury apparently he sustained against the Ravens. So the Browns, who are clearly in the playoff picture right now, I think they're 6th in the AFC. They're probably not going to end up in the playoffs. They could hang on, but that could have a huge impact the rest of the way. The fact that no more Deshaun Watson for a Cleveland team that had been having a nice season, all things considered.
Yeah, they had won 2 straight games. Like you said, 6-3 on the season. Deshaun Watson wasn't playing great, but he's a starting caliber quarterback. Now they turn to the rookie out of UCLA, DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who looked awful in his first start. But the coach said, you know what? We're going to give him a full week where he knows he's the guy. He's going to be our guy, and so we'll see what happens this weekend for them.
It's probably not going to impact the NFC playoff picture at all because I think the Rams are the only NFC team that the Browns have left. But they play games against, let's see, I think the Texans still play the Browns, and I think the Steelers. Steelers are probably going to be a playoff team, even though I think they give up more points than they score.
Yeah, the Steelers, give them credit and give Mike Tomlin credit, right? He's always in the mix, and I'm
glad to see that because this is a contract year for him. And I like him.
Yeah, exactly. And he'll get, I think you got to bring him back, right? Because you know who Mike Tomlin is? He's the Eric Spoelstra of the NFL. He's always got you in the, they never bottom out, fully bottom out. And he's always keeping his team in the mix. And right now they're the 5th seed in the AFC. Cleveland would be 6th. And how about the Houston Texans? Texans and D'Amico, he might sneak in there as well.
CJ Stroud is being talked about as a legitimate MVP candidate. D'Amico Ryan,
is he really talked about as a legitimate MVP candidate?
Yes. NFL writers are talking about him saying, and I mean, if they end up from here with a run and end up improving their playoff seeding, why not? Why not? Either him or Brock Purdy's the MVP.
Right. I was about to say, what about Brock? Man, what he's doing, or Jalen Hurts. Why not Jalen? Maybe it's his time.
No, I know we talked about this before, but it's funny to me because Brock Purdy did great on this S2 cognition test, and a lot of people, and I've touted that. So, that thing's great. You see, that's why he's so good. Well, CJ Stroud, he was terrible on that, just awful. And then you watch him play, it's like, I guess that test doesn't matter at all, right? Because he's definitely processing what he's seeing out there.
That test is like NBA plus minus.
Yeah.
You use it when it suits your argument. So. If it doesn't, you throw it out. Who cares about plus minus?
I guess so. Yeah. Draymond Green, we're waiting to hear what the NBA may decide to do.
Yeah.
We may find out today. We may not. I was wondering, with all these questions swirling around that incident last night, one of the questions is, I think somebody on ESPN may have asked, when's it going to stop with Draymond? And it's pretty clear to me, it is not going to stop until Draymond's done playing. Because if you're Draymond, why should I stop? The team lets me do whatever I want. I got to be me. They can suspend me, but I don't have to apologize. Why would I stop doing these things? It's who I am.
And the thing is, and you're 100% right about that, we're only 2.5 weeks 3 weeks into the season. I mean, the Warriors, they played 12 games and Draymond's already unhinged, and what's, so concerning for me is that he's like a tea kettle. He's like a pot. You see it simmering at first. We saw it Saturday against Cleveland. He gets into it with Daven Mitchell, gets kicked out of the game, ejected. So he's bubbling up. Then he has some words for Anthony Edwards, challenging him. What are you going to do? He's barking out there. And so it's bubbling up again. And then he wasn't even involved in the play. That's what's so crazy. He came from, it was like the dressing room in WWE wrestling when, it's two guys in the ring fighting, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and jumps in, and you're like, where did this guy come from? That's how it was with Draymond Green. He wasn't even in the screenshot, and then all of a sudden he comes wrapping up Rudy Gobert like that. And so he's unhinged right now, waiting for Adam Silver and the NBA to come out with the suspension. It has to be, in my opinion, we talked about it, 3 to 5 games.
No matter what the league decides, the Warriors and especially Draymond are going to find a way to twist it into, you see, I'm always the victim.
Whitey, though, and the Warriors fans are going to do that. You got people saying, Draymond.
And even the organization will.
Steve Kerr was going to, that Draymond is judged to a different standard. But he should be.
Absolutely.
And so 3 games, if I'm looking at just the act, if this was a Joe Schmo, anybody else, I'd say probably 2 to 3 games. But because it's Draymond, I think it has to be even more than 3 games. Now that I think about it, it's like having a criminal record. You rob a store 2, 3, 4 times. Well, the 5th time you do it, I'm going to throw the book at you. And that's what Adam Silver has to do. It has to be a minimum of 5 games, I think, in my opinion.
The problem with that, Kyle, is, let's talk about it from a business standpoint. We got tournament games coming up. We got, Draymond's not Steph, but he's his teammate. People like the Warriors. We want as many Warrior games on TV as we can get. If we suspend him, that makes it less likely that they'll have as good of a record. It's bad for business. Here's the thing, Kyle. You can say what you want about he deserves this. Fine. We don't really care. We just want to make money. And so what you're proposing, maybe you're right. Maybe that'd be justice, but it's bad for business.
So what you're telling me is the league, for the sake of good business, would be willing to turn an eye or go light on somebody for business reasons.
I do think that. I think they will try to play it off as 3 games is a very harsh penalty, and we hope Mr. Green has learned his lesson. It should be more than that, but, it's like Anthony Slater told us, and I agree with him, and I think we're going to hear that interview again for those of you who may have missed it coming up here in a little bit. But he says, it's not what happened last night. It's not bad for business, and I agree with that. And then the NBA would never acknowledge that. But people are talking about it. People are going to watch that. As you said, great game last night, Denver and the Clippers.
Nobody's talking about it.
Right. Unfortunately.
Because this Yahoo Draymond
did
that. But that's not, and probably if Draymond didn't do what he did, we wouldn't be talking about Denver Clippers anyway. We'd be focusing more on the Kings. But there's 2 questions, two avenues that we can take here. How much is he going to be suspended for? How much should he be suspended for? What do you think the punishment should be? Not what he's going to get, Whitey, what he should get.
Probably about 6.
Wow, yeah.
6 to 8, maybe. But I don't think there's any way he gets any more than 3. And again, I agree with you. What he did warrants a stiffer penalty. I just don't think the league has the stomach for that. Maybe I'm wrong.
I would be disappointed if it's 3 or fewer. I would be disappointed in Adam Silver in the NBA, because like I said, I started the show by saying this had the chance to escalate, and this is how Malice in the Palace starts. It starts as a little something.
By the way, I'm sorry, but to that point, I didn't realize this. You probably knew this. Mike Brown was instrumental in breaking that up.
Yes, he was with Indiana at that time. Yes, and Steven Jackson told a great story about that on the All the Smoke podcast. But Mike Brown was an assistant coach at the time there in Indiana. But this is how things escalate. Like what Draymond did in Sacramento in the playoffs, standing up. What if a fan hit him with something? He escalates things. The Rudy Gobert, Klay Thompson situation, you know what? That was going to simmer down. That was a bunch of guys just holding and grabbing. What Draymond did, that he came in and threw some fire, some lighter fluid on it and blew it up. And kudos to Minnesota. I don't care what Pat Beverly says, but I'm glad Towns and I'm glad Gobert and those guys didn't react in that same way, because it could have blown up big time.
Of all the things Draymond's done, some of it it's wrong, you don't condone it, you can understand in the heat of the battle, right? Anybody who's played on any level, sometimes you're playing and you do things like, I don't know why I did that. But the things where I think it happened in Boston, it's happened in Memphis, where he gets called for something and then he incites the crowd on the road.
Yes.
That to me is the most dangerous thing he's ever done.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. You cannot do that.
And it's not wrestling, Draymond, and that's what he has to understand. Wrestlers do it because that's part of the act. That's part of the shtick. They're playing that heel role. That's their image. I don't understand why Draymond is trying to be a heel like this and incite the crowd, because I was in Boston. I don't know if you remember. I was there as a fan. I went back a couple of years ago, and Kyrie and Brooklyn played in Boston. It was a playoff game, I do believe. Kyrie was leaving, and a fan threw a bottle at Kyrie. All it takes is one fan to set things off. And so if you're Draymond, you're engaging with the fans, you're riling up the fans, when really you should try and de-escalate.
Yes.
You don't want to have anything to do with the fans, if I'm Draymond Green, opposing
for everyone's benefit.
For everyone's.
A bottle, you might not be the one who gets hit by it.
Right, exactly. And so all it takes is for one bottle to be thrown. That's what set off Ron Artest. Remember, he got hit with the beer, and it just went crazy. And so Adam Silver has to hammer Draymond Green, I think, for this. Not only for the act, but I can argue the last 3 games, you know what, dude? You need to sit down. You need to take a chill pill. Here's 5 games. Chill out.
If they could, they'd say, look, we're going to suspend you, but we were going to do it after the tournament's over because we want you playing. I'm telling you.
Adam Silver, hey, the Warriors ain't even a draw anymore. What are you talking about?
Adam Silver, the tournament is his baby.
Right, that is his thing.
He loves that.
You're right.
I hope I'm wrong, but I'll be surprised if it's more than 3. I hope I'm wrong, because I think you're right. He deserves a stiffer penalty, but I still don't think it would do any good. I mean, it would make people feel good, like, all right, finally got what he deserved. But would it curb or change in any way his behavior? Absolutely not.
No, you're probably right about, because it's gone too far now. He's like, this is who he is now. We've given him too long of a leash, and now you're trying to put the milk back in the carton or whatever, and it's too late.
The team has already told me basically whatever I do, they're cool
with.
So what do I care how many games you want to suspend me for? We'll come right back with more on that. Also, tonight, a statement game for the Kings, but what statement do they need to make when the Drive guys come back on Sactown Sports?
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room and primetime football location is back. Cap Casino giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Check it out, Capital Casino. And as always, please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in zone. This whole report for free?
That's right. Printed and on your phone for free.
Get in zone. But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you switch to Boost Mobile, you can get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G and a pretty powerful way to get after it.
Like me, Tusi, a man who fell in love with music and fell on hard times. From writing songs in my room to sitting on top of the charts. All because I made poetry out of pain and always knew I'd be on the stage singing your favorite song.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone on America's largest 5G networks.
Boost Mobile. Get after it.
New customers only. Taxes extra. 1 device per line. 5G not available everywhere. Other restrictions apply.
Awesome. Hey, babe, can you check the front door? My package is here.
Yeah, on it. Hey, are we still watching our show tonight?
New episode on Prime? You bet. That reminds me, let's hit Whole Foods this afternoon. We need snack supplies.
From package deliveries to entertainment and even fresh groceries, Amazon is in front of hundreds of thousands of customers every single day. Imagine what you could do if your business had that kind of reach. It's not a dream. Right now, you can take advantage of Amazon's expansive network to benefit your business. Unlock expert insights and tap into the full potential of Amazon. Simply text DIGITAL to 916-766-5105 now. Make the smart move. Text DIGITAL to 916-766-5105. Put the power of Amazon to work for you. Text DIGITAL, that's DIGITAL, to 916-766-5105.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in
on Sactown Sports.
Thanks for being with us. Jay and I were just talking about this Draymond situation. And, you know, Kyle, I kind of came off of this. I felt very strongly through most of the summer. But, you know, there's an argument to be made that at some point the Kings still owe him something, a little something.
Yeah, exactly. From the Draymond, the Sabonis situation.
Right.
We haven't gotten any get back yet.
No, none.
No hard fouls. No Domas dunking on him and flexing on him. Like, that's why I want him to play in that game in 2 weeks, because it's a chance for Domas to send a message. It's a chance for the Kings fan base to send a message. I mean, when you look at all the players around the NBA right now for Sacramento Kings fans, Draymond has to be the most hated one, right? He has to be the biggest villain right now. And so that's why I want 5 games, come back. The 6th game is against Sacramento.
Yeah. I mean, just, what's the old term? You don't hurt him. You just touch him up.
Just make them feel a little something, right?
Have to, or maybe that's so old school now. It's like, well,
we are
can't
old
afford
school
to think that way.
Well,
I mean, I'm talking about players. Don't players still kind of think that way?
They should remember that, right? Like, they should think that way. And
all players. I mean, even if the Kings do something, Draymond on the Warriors should go, yeah, he had that coming. We get that. We understand that.
Now, what are you talking about? Are you talking something physically?
Yeah.
Are you talking,
Just compared like baseball, and I know it's a rough comparison. They hit our guy, okay, and it was blatant. Well, then one of our guys is going to get hit, right? It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
You know that it's like, okay, well, that's our dummy's fault for hitting their guy. So with what Draymond did, don't you think the Warriors have to realize, or maybe at this point they figure it's over, but if the Kings did something, I mean, just a chuck or something, give him, just making sure he gets a very physical message. Doesn't everyone have to understand? Yeah, we had that coming.
Yes, they should understand that, but the problem is, I don't know if we have that guy on the roster. Like, remember we had Tristan Thompson a couple of years ago. He would be that kind of guy, I think. Draymond coming in, you whack him, hard foul, send him a little message, something like. I think our guys are too nice. I don't think we have that. Who is that guy? JaVale McGee?
Name, but then if we say no, Trey Lyles to me might be a guy who would do something like that, right?
Yeah,
maybe.
I feel like so much time has gone by now.
Yeah,
it's like, he didn't play in the first game.
When did they face him? Would have had to be the game
he
there?
Played, I think it was the game there he played. And he played in that. De'Aaron. Yes, he played in that one. And so Lyles, and Lyles is getting close to coming back too. According,
good.
Our guy Sean Cunningham tweeted something out about him. But no, I wish, the days of having that enforcer, that goon on the end of the bench, that's kind of over. Like, who's that guy? Maybe it's Trey Lyles. I would say JaVale, but he wasn't here last year. So I don't think he would do it. Malik's not that guy. I would like to see Domas be that guy. He the one that took the brunt of it. He took the size 13s to the chest or whatever Draymond is. Like, I would like to see Domas do something. And I'm not talking the cheap shot or anything like that, but something like you said, to just let them know, you know what? I haven't forgotten.
Right.
I still remember what you did.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Patrick has been hanging on. Patrick, you're on the drive, guys. What's up?
What's up, Whitey? What's up, Dre?
Yo,
what's going on, you guys?
Chilling.
Thank you for hanging. Thank you for hanging. We appreciate it.
No. I love listening to you guys. You guys do a great job. Great team. But aren't you guys sick of this Draymond stuff? I mean, Draymond is getting old, man. The NBA needs to do something with this dude, man. And as a Kings fan, man, I just can't stand the Warriors. I can't stand their fans. I can't stand nothing about them. He gets a long leash like he shouldn't. He shouldn't be getting a long leash. And the way he's out there on the court, it's just making everybody the NBA look stupid because like they're scared of him or something.
Everybody's scared of him. Everybody's scared of him. His own team is scared of him.
Yeah, it's just terrible, man. I just don't understand why the NBA. I mean, I think Adam Silver might give him a lengthy one, man. I don't know how many games, but he deserves it, man, because that didn't look good last night. That was pretty bad.
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, we appreciate that. Somebody on the text line also says, well, it's going to stop when they give him more severe suspensions. And I don't know that that's true. Maybe it's time to find out, but I doubt it.
It's almost too late now, too. Like, and if you give him a longer suspension, what is it? 15 games, 20 games? Ooh. Like, I don't know what that number is that would get through to a guy like Draymond, And so, like, it's almost like he's convinced himself this is who he has to be in between the lines to be successful. And it wasn't always like that. I mean, he's always done a little bit, but now it's like he's a caricature of himself. He's like a clown, a cartoon character, if you will.
By the way, don't you think this is kind of neither here nor there as far as a suspension? I don't think he was really trying to choke him. Do you? And I know I'm not making excuses.
I don't know. That was kind of a sleeper hold there. That was kind of.
I mean, he's a strong guy. If he wanted to, he could have wrapped him up good and put him.
I don't know how much pressure he was doing.
Would have
Right.
come over and done the night.
I don't think he was trying to choke him or
I don't either.
choke him out or anything like that. I don't think it was like
that. He just wanted to be
that.
in a position of dominance.
Right. He wanted to be
exactly.
and he dragged him, from the mid-court to the 3-point line. Like, it was just, it was way overblown. I get it, running up behind somebody, trying to grab him, something like that. But to do the chokehold, he went for the instant submission.
Yes.
It's like the sleeper hold, right?
Put the choke on him. Yeah. The half Nelson. Mike, you're on with the Drive Guys. Sactown Sports.
Good
What's
afternoon.
Up? Hello.
Mike, what up? What up?
Hello.
The league and the Warriors created Draymond. They let him get away with everything. They still will. But the Kings this off season, they needed to get an enforcer. They needed to get some dogs. They needed to get tougher, and they didn't. And that's what's going to hold them back from making the championship. Guys like Draymond are just going to take advantage of them. Other teams are just like Houston Rockets, bullied them 2 games in a row and beat them down. They need someone to stand up, and they don't have that on their team right now.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, appreciate that, Mike.
That's a great point, man.
But do you need that anymore in today's NBA? How many good teams, and I'm not saying there aren't any, but how many good teams have that guy on their roster?
I think you need that. Meaning, let me clarify here. You don't necessarily need it, but this Sacramento Kings team needs it. You need guys that are going to fight, not physically, but when you come into their house, it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a battle. And I think at times the Kings are a little too nice, to the last caller's point. Houston felt like they could punk them and push them around. And you didn't see anybody, and I'm not saying an enforcer to take a hard foul, but really, I didn't see any emotion from Sacramento. And that's what bothers me at times about this Kings team. It bothered me when Luke Walton was here and then Alvin Gentry. It's like, all right, guys, you're getting your butts kicked. How come you're not angry about that? Angry with your own teammates? Like, so you don't need an enforcer, a guy that's going to come in with 6 fouls and looking to hurt somebody. But I think you do need somebody that when things are going wrong or a team tries to punk you, there's somebody in that locker room, there's somebody in that huddle that says, guys, this ain't happening. A Marcus Smart, or I keep bringing him up. Even a guy like, Drew Holiday is a tough player. Dylan Brooks, I know you're not it, but you're not going to punk. You're not going to punk Dylan Brooks. It may not always be successful. He may miss shots. He may give up 30, but you're going to have to earn it. And that's what I think people are saying right now is that, you know what, when you go against the Warriors, Draymond, whoever, we're not going to back down. You're going to have to earn this victory. Houston, that didn't happen.
Let's talk to the professor joining us here on Sactown Sports. Hello, Professor. How are you?
Gentlemen, how you doing?
Good. What are you a professor of, sir?
I got to hear this.
I should know, but I don't know.
Journalism, actually, sports journalism at Sac State.
Wonderful.
Man, when you going to have me come talk to your class? Come on now. Let me come chat up your class. Come on.
You know what? I'll send something to you. We definitely want to get some big shots in there. And I think you meet the criteria.
All right. What's your point? What's your point?
All right, man, I got a problem here with Karl Anthony Towns. His teammate is getting absolutely choked out from behind. Did anybody take a swing at Draymond? Did anybody step in there and try to rush in and save their guy? I didn't see that from the Wolves. And if you got a guy getting just absolutely brutalized like that, I just feel like we learned a lot about the Wolves and how they responded to that.
Fair point. Thank you, Professor. I will say Minnesota won the game, and
Right.
they all said, hey, last year we lose that game. That's one thing. The other thing is I was looking at the video, and I can't find it here right now. I think, Kyle, maybe you saw this. Maybe you know better than I. I do think that Cat was behind Draymond, and he was trying – he almost had him in a half choke. He was trying to get him off of Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
It's not like he was on the other side of the floor going, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. I need to go back and look at it also because – and I said it earlier, I applauded Karl Anthony Towns. When Draymond Green tries to muck it up and go into the gutter, I'm going to stay high, And if you're Karl Anthony Towns, you don't want to get kicked out.
No, but you do want to Professor's point, I mean, you do want to try to come to your teammates' aid. And that's what I'm saying. I think I think he did make a reasonable effort to try to get Draymond off of Rudy Gobert, but I'd have to see that.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at the tape. I'm gonna look at the tape because Patrick Beverly,
right,
ripped him for not, putting Draymond in the chokehold.
Right.
And so I don't think.
No, didn't he say he should have punched him?
And that's what our last call is. All right, here we go. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, and this angle, obviously, it's hard to see.
Oh, this is the Warriors broadcast angle. Let's see if they show it again. You stand by here. Look at what Klay Thompson doing. All right, here we go. Let's see this.
So Rudy, and there is no choke there.
Here's Towns. Yeah, Towns is behind Draymond.
Yeah,
trying to hold him up, pull him off.
Yes. Towns was like next man in, and he's right in the thick of it, and he has hands on Draymond, trying to get Draymond off. To me, I look at that and I don't say Karl Anthony Towns should have done more.
I will say this, watching that video a couple of times just now, I don't know how the Timberwolves didn't grip up Draymond the way he did to Rudy Gobert. Because my initial reaction would have been, how do I get Draymond off of it? Well, I'm going to put you in a headlock,
Yeah.
And so kudos to the T-Wolves because that would have probably been my initial reaction in that case.
I wonder if part of it was they realized he could break Rudy's neck right now.
Yeah.
He's got him.
Yeah.
We got him. I don't know.
You might be right.
I don't know.
Yeah. And
Rudy was de-escalating it too.
Right. He was like, hey, I'm not doing anything. Yeah, that was 5 games minimum for Draymond.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Thank you, Professor. When we come back, we haven't gotten yet to what kind of statement the Kings need to make.
They got to make
playing tonight.
Yes.
They're playing the Lakers. So we're back with that and more here, the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo, touchdown! San Francisco!
That's the 49ers team we all know and love.
Bosa's got another sack.
San Francisco got back on track and looks to keep things rolling Sunday at home versus Tampa Bay.
Birdie under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone!
It's the 49ers and Buccaneers Sunday at 1 on Sactown Sports.
As we come together to celebrate the end of this long, long year, Stockton Honda has savings to bring us all cheer. Happy Honda Day savings and selection galore. Stockton Honda's online express purchase and great people give you more.
Save on 400 new Hondas at Stockton Honda during Happy Honda Days. Shop in person or online with our express purchase option.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind. And that's okay, because at Sac Sewer, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And it's our job to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. Whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night at 916-875-6730. Sac Sewer. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call, then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
At Boot Barn, we believe craftsmanship separates the real cowboy boots from all the others. The boot artisans at Dan Post handcraft their boots with the highest standards, using the best materials and a mastery of the craft. Since 1965, Dan Post has stood as a beacon of quality that supports a proud Western heritage. With every step, their boots echo the tenacity of the West. Find them at Boot Barn.
God, I'm so stressed about my business not being ready for the holidays.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of financing options and get free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals for huge savings today.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with zero down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at FolsomLakeFord.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com. 0 down with approved credit.
The Kings with the Kings and the Lakers tonight. You got some more broadcasting duties when we have concluded here, don't you?
Yeah, pre and post game, and fortunately we're doing it from Golden One Center. Got Morgan Reagan and Mike Bibby, the legend, on the broadcast tonight. So yeah,
and it hurts your guy here because he doesn't get to go to L.A. and L.A. is his lady.
That is my city. I wonder where they're staying at in L.A. Hold on for a sec, because that really impacts where things are, how much fun you're going to have in a city is where you stay at, your location. And so let me see here. Where were they staying at? Now, if they were in Beverly Hills, I'm going to be bummed. Darn, they were staying in Beverly Hills, right by Rodeo Drive. Come on, man. That is my city.
Right.
That's my city.
That's all right. You got to drive to San Ramon today. So.
Beautiful San Ramon, though. And went to the Pac-12 offices, picked up my keys. I spent about 4 straight hours in the car today. And then I got to come deal with you for 3.5. So, yeah, man, that's my day right there.
Yeah, well, your day's just getting started. Before we get back to the phones here, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140, what kind of statement do the Kings need to make tonight? And I know it's early for this, but this is just where we are right now with the Western Conference.
I think this is a big game because when you look at Sacramento's road record so far this season, if I'm correct, they're 1-3 on the road. You won the opener against Utah, but you lost Golden State, Houston, and Houston. This would be a big-time road win. Not only that, you would have the upper hand on the Lakers. You already beat them once. Now you'd be 2-0 against the Lakers.
Big.
That's big also. And so I think this is a statement game. It's on national TV, obviously here on Sactown Sports 1140 and on NBC Sports California. But now you have a national audience who will be tuning in. This is a chance for De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray to really put the league on notice. If you outduel LeBron James and Anthony Davis on national TV, I can guarantee you're going to be on some of the sports talk shows tomorrow morning. How about that win by the Kings last night? And so I think it's a big-time statement game for them.
Don't you think last year that's really where the Kings got people to notice them? A, it's with all the points they scored, but B, it's with all the wins they had on the road.
Yes, they had the second best road record in the Western Conference. But, another thing is, I think where they made the initial statement was on TNT against Brooklyn. That sort of put the league on notice, and that's what we have here as well. And so they haven't been as great on the road so far. They've been good at home. But, man, if you can match what you did on the road or even go 500 and take care of home, I said it, I think it was a couple of days ago, I might revise my prediction for Sacramento because a lot of people had them, top 6. They have the potential to be a top 3 team in the West, I think. It's hard. It's difficult. We know how the Western Conference is. But if they play like we saw in this homestand, they could beat anybody in the league.
What does that hinge on, in your opinion? What's most important for them to do that they did on this homestand going forward?
I think it starts with Domantas Sabonis. I think he has to come out with a physical presence, a presence, a mindset that I'm going to be the best big man on the floor. Like we saw in that Cleveland game, he went at Jaren Allen. He went at Evan Mobley. He tried to put them in the basket. Same thing against Chet Holmgren. He can't just, blend in. He has to be one of the guys. He has to be the top guy, him and De'Aaron Fox, for this Kings team.
Speaking of one of the guys.
High Flyers in the building. You ain't going to pick up no headset or nothing like that, right, big dog? You ain't going to. Look at you killing me, man. You killing me. What's up with you, man? You here early, too.
Hey, y'all going to make me like the third drive guy in a minute.
I know, right? I know. He going to want part of these checks, Whitey. I'm telling you. High Flyer jumping in.
Just a piece.
You see what? Hey, where Jay at? You see what I mean, Jay? He got the headset. He done turned his mic on. You my guy, man. What's up?
What's happening, fellas? What's going on, man?
How you feeling? Look, I know, right? You really cutting your toenails in our living room and everything, huh, dog?
Oh, this sounds. Wait a minute. Okay.
You killing me. Let me ask you this. We had this long discussion. We're going to get to the Draymond in a minute. Biggest rival for the Kings right now. Lakers or Warriors?
Come on, man. Go to State. You know,
really?
Here's the deal, KD.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It used to be back in the day.
Right.
That's what it was. Sacramento felt it. LA felt it. Now, I've talked to people who played with the Lakers. I've talked to people who's been in the Lakers organization. The Kings wasn't their rival. They were looking at something bigger after, I'm talking the Mike Bibby, Chris Webber era was over with. They wouldn't still look at the Kings as a rivalry.
Right.
That rivalry was gone.
Right.
We did, because that was our heyday. We were stuck in 2002, 2003. The Lakers have moved on. So right now, it's the Golden State Warriors, because both of these teams take it personal. Come on, man. Whenever you play a preseason game that tough down to the wire,
yeah, everybody wanted to win.
Both of those teams wanted to win.
Yes.
Because they thought it was a tone setter.
Oh, y'all looking at me. No, I did want to make a point, though, because one thing we said regarding this rivalry, the thing about the Warriors, not only do I hate the fan base, there's an angst, but the players. Like, who on the Lakers do we really hate right now? Like LeBron, of course,
yes.
Yeah, but outside of that, do we really have a distaste for Anthony Davis?
They're very irritating, though.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, not all. The Lakers don't have nobody on that team you want to hate, so that's why it can't be a rivalry.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think the Warriors, that's the rival right now.
Pardon me, but there's always going to be something there, Sacramento against LA, and, because
for us.
Yeah. I understand that. I
but not for them.
I agree.
Not for the Lakers.
Because, see, here's the deal. How can you call it a rivalry when it's not reciprocated? You can hate on me all day and night.
But if I'm not paying attention to you,
right. There's no rivalry there.
And clearly, Steph and Draymond, they get up for the Kings.
They pay attention.
They pay attention. Right.
Steph, number one. Steph really pays attention.
Yeah, no question. But the Lakers are paying more attention to the Kings this year and last year than they had in the previous, 20 or whatever it is.
Because they have to. But we're talking about an overall rivalry. The Lakers wasn't paying attention to us. Not at all. Like I said, everybody here in Sacramento held on to that. They held on to it for as long as they possibly could. Think about it. 16 years was a long time.
Oh, I know. I know.
They held on to that because that was the only thing we had. So now it's something new. You move on. Same way the Lakers did. You move on. It's that new jack. It's the Golden State Warriors thing. You can't call it the Bay, but the Battle of NorCal. I call it that.
Right.
Okay.
I don't think anyone would dispute that. But is there the Lakers Kings? Is it a thing at all right now?
No.
Really?
It's always going to be.
No, High Flyer. It's a thing, bro. Hey, when 50% of Golden One Center is Laker fans, that bothers me. That they're my rival.
Okay, here's the deal. That's Lakers wherever they go. It's just not here.
That's true.
All right, it's just not here. What I'm saying is, dude, it has to be reciprocated for it to be a rivalry. Yes, our fans will ever be embedded, hating the Lakers because of what happened in 2002, 2003. Come on, how long ago was that?
Right.
About 20 years.
Hey, you can ask the average Laker fan What did they think about the rivalry? They're going to say, what rivalry? Because they forgot about it.
I wonder, too, if you ask the Laker fans,
they forgot about it.
Which teams are your biggest rivals?
It definitely won't
Sacramento
be the case.
would be, you know,
it wouldn't be
after
the
Boston,
case.
probably after Golden State right now.
I mean, the Lakers are in a situation to where anybody that's in front, I would say the Clippers probably would be a bigger rivalry for them than it would be for us.
Wow.
Because, see, you're going to always have the big brother, little brother. You're in the same building.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to always have that. And right now, if you look at it on paper, Clippers got more firepower than LA.
We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come right back, we talked earlier today to Anthony Slater, and he explained to us the Draymond deal with the devil that the Warriors have made and why they continue to stick with it. And we've got that for you when we come right back here. It's a Drive, guys, on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Wells Fargo presents one of the surest ways to grow your money, a Wells Fargo CD account, where you can earn a 5.00% annual percentage yield on an 11-month term with a minimum opening deposit of $5,000. Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/CD rates to open a CD account and start growing your savings with us.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is the best place to go all in and all out. Go all in at our table games, then go all out to win on the area's only 3-story indoor kart track. Or go all in for our famous award-winning buffet. Then go all out at our state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and beautiful resort hotel, you can go all in for fun and all out for comfort. We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
The 49ers Report, brought to you by E.B. Stone. E.B. Stone, for the life of your garden. Everything went right for the red and gold in Week 10, bouncing back against Jacksonville 34-3. The win snaps a 3-game lose streak for San Francisco, putting them at 6-3 on the season. Brock Purdy got back on track, throwing for 296 yards and 3 touchdowns Sunday. The 49ers defense also got back to their standards, combining for 5 sacks and 4 turnovers against Jacksonville. The 49ers returned to Levi's Stadium in Week 11 to face the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Celebrating over a century as a family-owned business, E.B. Stone has gathered in valuable insights into nurturing plant growth. Venture into indoor planting with E.B. Stone's Edna's Best indoor and outdoor potting soil. Watch your little plants flourish into ideal indoor companions for the whole family to relish during the holidays. E.B. Stone's indoor and outdoor potting soil is a meticulously crafted blend of essential ingredients. Your plants will thrive both indoors and outdoors. Trust E.B. Stone for the entire lifespan of your garden. Explore more gardening tips, products, and find nearby locations at ebstone.org. Wishing you a season filled with joy and flourishing greenery. It's the first ever Elk Grove Kia Frozen Turkey Bowling Extravaganza on November 18th, 2023 from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. That's right, a frozen turkey becomes the bowling ball, and 10 liquid-filled plastic beverage bottles are your pins. It's not just bowling, it's an adventure. Knock down those pins. Each pin has a number attached to it, which means your skills can lead you to awesome prizes. And guess what? Each person gets 2 rolls, so you can aim for perfection. Now, how can you be part of this amazing event? Simple. Register at Elk Grove Kia for one of the 8 coveted spots through a raffle. But hurry, the registration deadline is November 17th, 2023 at 6 p.m. sharp. And here's the best part. No purchase is necessary. That's right. It's all about the fun and games. So make your way to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall today for a chance to win a spot at the inaugural Elk Grove Kia Turkey Bowl. Rules and regulations at elkgrovekia.com.
Elk Grove Kia.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Oakland A's every weekend.
And it's swung on line to left center, base hit, and the A's have won it on a walk-off line drive, base hit to left center.
Sactown Sports.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Drive Guys here. Interesting thoughts from the smartest listeners and viewers in radio on this quote-unquote rivalry. Henry Turner's not buying it. He says there is no such thing as a Lakers-Kings rivalry, at least from their standpoint. On the text line here, Henry. The Lakers are ancient history. The real rivalry is Dancing Sleepy Time Curry and crew. That's from the 916. Another listener from the 916 says, the only thing better than beating the Lakers in Golden One Center is upselling your season tickets to a Lakers fan to watch them lose.
Like I said, our fans is going to always be there, because that was the one thing that stopped us from getting a championship. So our fans, yes, I'm saying for it to be a rivalry, it has to be reciprocated. I told you earlier, LeBron James has never looked at Sacramento as his rivalry.
Oh, he will after tonight.
Not even tonight. And we're going to get him tonight.
Yeah. We're back with more on that. But first, earlier today, Kyle and I had an interesting conversation with Anthony Slater from The Athletic. Anthony Slater, who covers the Warriors and was there last night. And Anthony joined us to explain his view on what's going on with the Warriors and Draymond going forward. And we began our conversation by asking him, hey, Anthony Slater, what happened last night?
A little fun, a little in-season tournament drama, just trying to juice up the IST, as they're calling it, a fight before there was a point scored. Do not think I've ever seen it.
Would you say that was a fracas, a melee, a scrap, or an all-out brawl, Anthony?
I wouldn't say all-out brawl because, no punches, but all the other terms I would say describe it.
Yeah.
What's your take on it? What's your viewpoint on it? Was Gobert in the wrong? What did you see have actually happen out there?
Yeah, I thought the McDaniels Clay thing obviously set it off. That was like a weird jersey pull tug of war that turned a little bit darker than I think either of them wanted to. I thought they could have been fine with a double T, but then when it devolved into everything else, I guess the referee felt he needed to eject both of them. I think Gobert put himself in harm's way a little bit by, he went over to break it up and the referee deemed him a peacemaker, didn't give him any penalty, but he did grab Clay. Well, I don't think it was grab Clay to try to do anything to Clay except try to break it up. But once you grab Clay Thompson and your name is Rudy Gobert, you are in Draymond Green's crosshairs. And then what happened. Draymond obviously took it. I think people counted it. It was a 9-second, headlock, chokehold, whatever you want, bring him to the ground. And I would assume there will be discipline for Draymond Green at some point, either drop it in the next few hours or maybe tomorrow.
The Warriors' 6th game from here would be that tournament game at Golden One. I know we're just guessing here. What do you think the chances are the NBA suspends him for 6 or more games? I
don't think he'll get that high. I think 5 would probably be tops. Again, I'm guessing here.
Right.
There's game checks involved here too, so it's a pretty stiff penalty.
Yeah.
Look, Carmelo had that sucker punch years ago, got 10. That's usually on the pretty steep side. I don't want to get too deep into this. Like Mikal Bridges just has 10 to start this season. Think about what he's facing. I don't know. I was kind of guessing last night maybe 1-3, but I could see if the NBA wants to really kind of put their thumb on the scale because it's Draymond, I think 5 is the top side.
Anthony Slater joining us, covering the Kings and the Warriors, of course. Anthony, one thing we talked about is we feel like the league has enabled Draymond. The Warriors have enabled Draymond. The laundry list of things he's done, the Jordan Poole incident, stopping Sabonis. What's the Warriors organizational culpability in this in terms of enabling Draymond? Am I making too much of that?
Not necessarily, but they want to win, and they've decided to do business with him, and because he wins games, and he has for a decade. And I mean, you mentioned a few incidents. Go way back. Go to 2016. Getting suspended in the finals.
Yeah.
And, the aftermath of that. But they just signed him to a 4-year, $100 million deal after the Jordan Poole incident, right? So because he was great last year, he was like 3rd in defensive player of the year, and he had the Sabonis stomp in the King series, but he was also good down the stretch of that King series. And they want to win titles, and they don't think anything he's done has risen to the level of breakup, clearly, because they keep signing him, and he is empowered to act as he wants to act, and people can have their issues with it, but he's made it very clear he's going to keep doing it. I mean, this is his second injection this week after his first injection had to do with the Donovan Mitchell incident in the Cleveland game. He went on Instagram and was like, "Don't tell me I can't be Draymond. I'm always going to be Draymond. I've succeeded being Draymond." And I mean, he's right. Think about how much money he's gotten paid. Think about, how much he's won. And, you can blame the league, you can blame the Warriors, but I think some of their opinions there, he creates content for us. He creates interest for the league. I mean, people are talking about the in-season tournament game last night. I mean, he's topic number 1 in sports, during an NFL calendar right now. So, I think their opinion is it's not the worst thing ever for the league. And he wins games.
See, that's what I think, Anthony. I think on some level it is good for the league. Anything involving the Warriors is good for the league, and that's why I think they won't go more than 3. But I wanted to ask you, and you answered part of this question already. Before last season, it seemed the Warriors were poised to move on from Draymond. Looked like they were about to move on from Draymond, and then they reversed field on that. What changed their minds?
He played well. Like I said, he was 3rd in defensive player of the year. Steph Curry extended his prime, which seems endless at this point, and proved to the front office and the ownership group who are making the decision that Steph was worth investing in. And that's correct, I would say. At this point, Steph's still a top 5 player, and part of Steph Curry's desires as he rides out this era, and it has been a very fruitful era for the Warriors organization that's included 4 titles and the sparkling new arena in San Francisco, has been Draymond Green, and it's Steph Curry's desire to keep him around to try to go after a 5th title. And the other side of the coin is like Jordan Poole had a bad season, in some ways kind of I guess you could say pouted his way out of town, and they decided this summer they needed to move on from one of the two, and the one they chose was the younger one, who they didn't think could help win as much, and they flipped him for Chris Paul. And they're the most ruthless way they can put it is they're in the business of winning. I think, we all understand that in sports, and they still believe Draymond Green, leads them towards that goal.
If you're Adam Silver, what do you do though? I maintain that there's a Draymond problem going on, and maybe I'm going too far. Maybe, my dislike of the Warriors is coming out here, Anthony, but you just said it. He got thrown out of a game on Saturday. Him and Anthony Edwards getting into it on Sunday. Then yesterday he gets ejected, for the headlock. I mean, when is enough? And is there an issue that's bigger that the league needs to take a look at when it comes to Draymond?
Yeah, I mean, as far as what he's going to do, he's going to give him a suspension that probably will be a little bit larger than if, random player X did something. Obi Toppin did the same thing tonight. Obi Toppin's probably getting 2 to 3 games less. So there's a different penalty. And, they made it clear after the Sabonis stomp in the playoffs that part of their decision making was his past, like repeat offender, whatever you want to call it. But, I don't think, he's doing anything that's risen to the level of like, kick him out of the league or something like that. And he's just going to kind of keep doing this. You're going to kind of have to keep responding incident by incident, and stiffen up the penalties as much as you'd like. But he's never done anything criminal or over the top or something that I would say hurts his standing in the league. You just kind of, like I said, got to go incident by incident, and he's losing a lot of money within this. The technicals really eat at his pocketbook, and the ejections, particularly game checks. Like I said, if he gets 3-5 games right now, we're talking millions of dollars out of his pocket, which, whatever, if you don't care that much, or you don't think that's that big of a deal, a penalty for a guy that makes as much money as he does. But trust me, he cares. He's going to care about that money coming out.
Anthony Slater from The Athletic with us. For all the focus on, understandably, Draymond and Rudy Gobert, I've been trying to figure out why did this start. And it's interesting, I think, McDaniel said that there was some back and forth between he and Clay. Well, the game had just started. So, Anthony, this is just a theory. What do you think it's possible that Clay shoots that air ball? McDaniel says something and Clay doesn't like. So then next time down the floor, Clay, instead of boxing out, he grabs a fistful of jersey, and then McDaniels retaliates, does the same, and things just kind of snowball from there?
Yeah, I think there's a little of that. I also think that, remember, this was the second of 2 games between these two teams. And, you guys have been around. It sets up this mini playoff series where the Warriors were, their pride was, I think, wounded a little after that first loss, and they came into the game knowing Steph Curry wasn't going to be there, knowing how physical Minnesota had played in the first game, and they were like, let's up the physicality. Let's crack them on box outs. They had to win that game ugly without Steph Curry. That was the thought going in. Jaden McDaniels is kind of like the defensive ace. He was going to be on Clay a lot because Steph wasn't out there, and I think Clay was trying to get physical on box out early in the game, and then what you're saying, I think, is correct. It was a jersey pull, then it was another jersey pull, and then it kind of snowballed to a place. Again, I don't really think either was trying to really take it, and then it escalated.
Anthony Slater. Anthony, my last question, obviously we're up here in Sacramento, but when you look at what's happening with the Warriors, they started off so strong, won 5, they were 5-1, but since then they've lost 5 out of 6, 4 in a row. What's happening with Golden State? Who's the real Warriors, would you say?
What's funny is it's flipped. The trend's completely flipped from last year. I don't know if you remember, but they were amazing at home last year and could not win a road game. Right now they're 5-2 on the road and 1-4 at home. But what's happening? Andrew Wiggins is in a deep slump right now. He's 5 of 33 from 3, 50% from the free throw line. His handle's completely off. Clay's not shooting it well because those 2 secondary scorers, neither have even scored 20 in a game yet. Are so off. The starting lineup, which is supposed to be their backbone, has been their worst lineup. It's getting them in holes. I actually have liked what the depth has shown. Chris Paul in the second unit has been good. Pajemski kind of came out of nowhere last night. I don't know if how deeply y'all were watching the game, but I think they got a pretty good rookie. Moody's shown some stuff. I still am kind of waiting for Kuminga to come along. So there's some good and bad early in the season. Steph still looks like a top 5 player, which is probably the biggest thing. But they got to get Wiggins and Clay going. And if they do, I do think they're in that mix, below the Nuggets, wherever you want to put them 2 through 7. If Wiggins and Clay don't get going, Steph just doesn't have enough offensive help. And then I think their flaws really start to show.
Slates, thanks so much for your time. We always appreciate it. Take care. We'll 24. Talk again soon.
All right, fellas. Big road trip to the Kings coming up.
Hey, you going to be out there? You out at any of those games?
I wanted to make the LA game. I don't think I could. Last night kind of took a little out of me, and then I don't think I can make the backside. I will. That you mentioned that in-season tournament game though. That Warriors Kings.
Yeah,
there could be some stuff on the line. Especially Vegas might be on the line.
You're right about that. Yeah. All right, we'll see you then. That's 2 weeks from yesterday. Yes.
Thanks, Anthony. That was Anthony Slater from earlier today, and we have breaking news: Whitey Gleason and Henry Turner and. Kyle is on his way to Golden One because he has to do the Kings and the Lakers tonight. But
Hollywood tonight.
Yeah. Woj says that it's a 5-game suspension for Draymond Green. Sources tell ESPN Draymond Green has been suspended by the NBA for 5 games, which Henry means that unless there's an appeal or something, which I don't think there is, his next game back will be against the Kings at the Golden One Center.
Isn't that nice?
How about that?
Ain't that special?
You surprised by 5 games? I didn't think they would have the guts to go that far.
It's early. That's why they're going that far. It's early. And I will say this. I think it's warranted. As much as I would like to say Draymond is protecting his guys, Draymond is trying to set a presence early that we're not to be messed with. You know, he is the protector. He is that guy on the Golden State Warriors, but it is a line that you cross. Okay. I wasn't upset that he grabbed Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert grabbed Clay. I wasn't upset that he grabbed him. I do think the choke for a long, long time, because I mean, I've been grabbed. I've been in skirmishes, right? And I've been grabbed around the neck or whatever by, other players.
And that's why Scott Marsh in here when things don't go well during the show.
Yeah, when Scooter get a little frisky. But, I haven't really taken it, to heart until you hold on as long as Draymond Green did.
Yeah.
I mean, they were halfway down on the other side of the floor, and Draymond still had him in the full Nelson.
Yeah.
If I was Rudy Gobert at that particular point, I would have picked Draymond up and stuffed him in the basket because you have all right to defend yourself. That was more than just, okay, I'm pulling you out of a skirmish. Bro, we passed the half court line and you still got me in the LA headlock.
Yeah.
I'm about to choke out here. I'm losing air.
I do think that if the Warriors or anybody tried to argue with the NBA that, hey, he was just defending Clay, that's where that defense fell apart, is that he had Rudy Gobert in the headlock, and as you say, he dragged him across. It's like that's more than just defending your teammate.
Just grabbing Rudy like that and pulling him off of Clay, I have no problem with that. But how long he held on, bro, I mean, I'm like, okay, is he going to let it go? Is he going to let it go? Maybe he a pit bull. He didn't locked on him, But that's Draymond. That's what he does.
And that thing was, and I don't really care one way or the other, but that thing was so close to just de-escalating and being over. It was just a little mutual jersey grab. Those guys, those two, McDaniels and Clay had enough. Then Draymond comes flying out of nowhere, the top rope. Look out below.
And okay, let's go all the way back. All right. Clay and McDaniels get into whatever. Clay, number one, is definitely disgruntled. He's not playing well.
He also shot an air ball.
Like I said, he's not playing well. So he's upset with himself. And now you have this young guy who really ain't bagging down from you because you are Klay Thompson. He's playing as hard as he could possibly can. You say something, he say something back to you.
Yes.
You push him, he push you back. You clamp his arm down, he clamp your arm down. He's not bagging down from you. So now Draymond sees that. He wants to play big brother. He's going to come over and break you up. Well, Rudy Gobert gets in there. Here comes Draymond. I mean, I understand how it goes and how it go down. The only problem I got with the whole thing is how long Draymond Green had Rudy in the headlock.
I'm surprised that the league did this because, the Warriors are good for business and 5 games without Draymond.
They have to.
I thought they'd go 3, but I agree with you. I agree with you.
There's no way that they can't do it. Because right now, if you let Draymond get a 3-game suspension for having Rudy Gobert in the headlock for over 10 minutes, what's next? If you just give him a slap on the wrist, you can't give Draymond a slap on the wrist. Because next thing you know, you're going to be looking around saying, okay, what's next coming from Draymond? Because that definitely wasn't a stiff penalty. He needed a stiff penalty to where he has to say, okay, it really ain't about the money for him because he'll never be standing on the side of the road holding a sign, we'll work for food. But it's one of those things to where, okay, I can't get suspended for another 5 games because my team is going to miss me that much. And it's going to hurt them more than it's going to hurt me in the pocket.
The problem is I think Draymond wears these suspensions like a badge of honor. And he knows that no matter what I do, no matter what the league does, my team supports me. And not just my teammates, my organization.
Well,
so as far as the notion that, he'll learn from this and this, he'll have to curb his behavior. I mean, maybe it's, as you say, if he realizes, wow, I can't afford to miss any more games. But otherwise, I don't think it'll have any impact.
That's the only thing that's going to stop him, Whitey, is that he looks and says, okay, the next thing I do, my team can't take another 5-game suspension for me to where I'm not on the floor. It's going to hurt my team more by me doing this than for me just to let it go.
So that's the breaking news this hour from Woj. ESPN, sources telling ESPN that Draymond Green suspended for 5 games understandable. I'm a little surprised, but I think we can all agree, yeah, that's about right. Maybe a few more would have been.
Now, see, back in the 80s, though, back in the 80s, we touched Draymond up.
Yeah.
Ain't no way he'd get away with that. No, Draymond would get touched up by a guard if he did something like that. Let me tell you this.
That'd be a whole different environment for Draymond, right? Draymond wouldn't be Draymond in the 80s.
Let me tell you this. You think Draymond Green would put Vernon Maxwell in the headlock? Oh, no, you got to shut down the city.
Maybe once.
No. You would have to shut down the city. Ain't no way that's going down. Mad Max wouldn't have had it. No way, no how.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you think Draymond Green going to run up on Charles Barkley that way?
No.
Charles Oakley? Anthony Mason?
Nope.
Xavier McDaniels?
No.
I mean, come on now. Karl Malone, they're not having that. Come on, Draymond Green, my size. He's 6'7", might be what, 250 at the most? Man, back in the 80s, Draymond Green got ate up. Got ate up, ate alive.
Yeah. Was it because everybody was that way, or just he's not as tough as he?
He first of all, I don't think he's built that way. I mean, he gets away with it because nobody tests him.
Uh-huh.
But at the end of the day, put it this way. If you just say if you had a Royal Rumble right now,
right?
You put Draymond Green in the same just say MMA fight as Larry Johnson. Who you taking?
Well, Larry now or Larry then?
No. I'm talking in their prime because they both be in their prime. They're in the league.
I'd still have to think about it, but obviously, if
LJ
in his prime, LJ.
I'm gonna have to pull up I'm gonna pull up a picture of LJ in his prime, and let you say I'll have to think about it. No, ain't even a question about it.
No, I would have to think about it if it was LJ today. That's
no. I'm talking about both cats in their prime.
I understand. Yeah. All right. The Kings and the Lakers tonight. Statement game for the Kings tonight.
Statement?
Yeah.
No, I think the Kings now are still want to, kind of still right the ship from Houston. I think way in the back of their minds, they still understood the big blooper they had in Houston. And, of course, they're back over 500, but still, now you got to go out and get something extra. You got to go out and do something that you wasn't thinking you was going to get to replace one of those games.
Thanks for helping us out, Henry. Stay tuned for more of the High Flyer and Scott Marsh. Game night is next. We got the Lakers and the Kings coming up on Sactown Sports.
Will Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers brass go all the way this season? Could the Niners win their first Super Bowl since 1995? Join us throughout the season to hear all the games and all the analysis on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, as always, of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's happening at Hoblet this month?
The Black Friday sales event is here, so you can save up to $14,500 off MSRP when you lease a new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4xe. That's one of America's favorite SUVs to get your family where they need to go. And you can save thousands in gas over the life of the vehicle.
Okay, but what about that Jeep Wrangler that everybody loves?
Big savings there, too. Right now, save up to $13,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport S 4xe. And yes, I did say the all-new 2024, Dave. I see the surprise on your face.
There you go. Better hurry in. Save thousands on your next Jeep. And they have 100 4xEs in stock as well. Stop by Hoblet Dodge for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices. Unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14.5 total net savings after 11.5 factory rebates and 3,000 dealer discount. 13,000 total net savings after 10,000 factory rebates and 3,000 dealer discount. Rebates include 7,500 federal tax credit rebate. Subject to change without notice. Lease options subject to credit approval. Not everyone will qualify. 5 of each net savings. See dealer for details.
Two rivals, one goal. It's our region's biggest college football game.
Saturday at noon, UC Davis and Sacramento State battle in the 69th Annual Causeway Classic.
So much at stake as potential playoff spots are on the line as the Hornets and Aggies square off to close out the 2023 college football season. Pre-game coverage begins at 11:30 with kickoff at noon from Aggie Stadium and right here on Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Nothing slows my little girl nose.
Mommy.
That's why I use Sinex Children's Saline from Vicks. Sinex instantly clears mucus in everyday stuffy little noses with a gentle, ultra-fine mist designed for kids. Just Sinex? Breathe. Her stuffy nose is gone for now. And so is she.
Sinex Children's Saline. Sinex, breathe. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at Sac Sewer, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And it's our job to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. Whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night at 916-875-6730. Sac Sewer. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
This is the moment you've been waiting for. Hanley's Kia in Davis is bringing you an unbeatable deal on all 2024 Kia models. Drive home in style without breaking the bank. Introducing Hanley's Kia incredible leasing option for just $199 a month. Picture yourself behind the wheel of a brand new 2024 Kia, loaded with the latest features and cutting-edge technology. Whether it's the sleek Niro Hybrid with 54 mpg, an EV6 with up to 310 miles, the versatile Sportage, or the family-friendly Telluride, at Hanley's Kia, you can also reserve your luxurious full-size EV9 with 3 rows that has the comfort of a stylish interior and the peace of mind that comes with driving a brand you can trust. Head over to Hanley's Kia today, located in Davis.
New 2024 Kia Niro Hybrid EX for $199 per month for 36 months after $7,999 customer cash due at signing plus $300 military customer rebate. 10,000 miles per year and 20 cents per mile after 30,000 miles based on sale price $30,545 and payment excludes taxes and DMV fees and any dealer fees. Vehicle ID number R5136138.
It's time for game night, getting you ready for Sacramento Kings basketball.
He's got the bucket!
Game night is presented by Power Business Technology, your locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or visit them at powercopiers.com. Here's your host, Scott Marsh, alongside the high flyer, Henry Turner.
And a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome into game night right here on Sactown Sports 1140. Scott Marsh along with the high flyer Henry Turner. Kings and Lakers game 2 of the 4-game series between these two teams. Sacramento looking to go 2-0 down south tonight. Of course, last time they played, it was the overtime victory. It was the game where De'Aaron got hurt. Sabonis fouled out. But Kevin Huerter hit that big 3, the dagger in overtime that pushed the Kings over. It should be a lot of fun tonight. Looking forward to it. And what I'm really looking forward to see if the Kings can extend a 3-game winning streak tonight.
That would be great. That would be great to really, Scott, set the tone the way they did here. I thought they played a very, very good game. You know, De'Aaron Fox being back and, you know, doing what he does. I thought Sabonis really kept his foot on the accelerator, did some very good things out there. Keegan Murray got his game back together. Seemed like Red Velvet got some more frosting on his cake.
Yeah.
And, like this Kings team is back.
we were in panic mode after two games in Houston. What's
Rightfully
wrong
so.
with the Kings?
Rightfully so.
Not saying that wasn't the case, but boy, I mean, the Kings have righted the ship quickly.
A little bit. I still think that they're going to have to go out and get a game that they wasn't expecting to get. I'm looking at the overall scheme of things, Scott. I'm looking at the end of the road where you want to be. They have to make up for one of those games in Houston, a game that they don't think that they can get or shouldn't get. They're going to have to be able to grind a game out to make up for that one.
All right. High Flyer and myself will be with you until 6:30 tonight, getting you ready for Kings Live pregame. It's a 7 o'clock tip down in L.A. G-Man with the call. And again, Sacramento looking for 4 straight tonight. Let's just go over the game. We talked the highlights on Monday night, but the score 132. They gave up 120, but the defense seemed really good, particularly in that second half.
The defense is definitely more mobile this year. You see guys a lot more lively. You see a lot more deflections. Guys' hands are being moved. They're in the right, making the right reads. So defensively, the Kings are better. I have to give them that.
Yeah, I think they have been too. And a lot of people have been talking about Keegan's performance on Daven Mitchell and doing a nice job. And it's just great to see Keegan take on the challenge.
Yeah, to take on the challenge, and then, Scott, to actually be able to stay in front of those guys for some dribbles. I know it's tough to be 6'8", 6'9", and you got to guard a guy that's 6'5" and ski the butt quick. Daven Mitchell might be a little bit easier to guard. He's a little slower, but to have to stay in front of Steph Curry, a guy that never stops moving, always coming off of screens, always, going left and right to stop and start. He's done a very good job on both of those guys, but I think that has a lot to do with his offseason regimen.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty impressive what he's done. Obviously, we heard the hype from year 1 to year 2. He hasn't necessarily shot the ball well, but we have seen the all-around game start to flourish.
Yeah, you're starting to see him being aggressive on both ends of the floor. He's able to stay in front of his man. He's, he stopped straight line drives. He's grabbing defensive rebounds. He's doing a lot of good things, rotating over, trying to take charges. You could definitely see the development in his game.
Yeah, no, it's been impressive for him to see. And for whatever funk that Kevin Huerter was in, he seems to be out of it.
Let's hope. Like I say, he has a little bit more icing on his cake. His shots are dropping. His body language looks a lot better out there on the floor. So let's hope that, whatever that he went through, he's through it now and he's back to playing good basketball.
Yeah, let's hope that for sure. Obviously, De'Aaron Fox, we all know the difference that he makes, but you know what? He came back. He missed those 5 games. He didn't miss a beat.
Not one beat. Came back, set the tone for the team. De'Aaron Fox right now is living his best life. I mean, he is really in his bag. The game has slowed down for him, Scott. He's in that mode to where he can talk himself through a game, slow motion, and still be going in regular pace time.
Yeah, the game, to your point, has absolutely slowed down for him. He's just playing at a pace that he's totally comfortable with. And, he's become a true veteran in this league. He knows exactly what to do.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's got that game within the game now to where you can totally think. Because he's a lot of players, when you're young, you just play the game. You use your athleticism, you play the game. But when you become an all-star and you become a megastar, you think the game more than anything else. And that's where De'Aaron is.
Yeah. And to put it in perspective, the Kings are number 1 in the NBA in scoring with De'Aaron. They're 30th without him.
Wow. And, crazy is that you drop that drastically. Okay. De'Aaron's all that. We know that. Yeah. But to drop that drastically, that scares me.
Yeah.
To go from number 1 to 30. I'd have been happy with 15, 16, even if you drop down into the 20s. But to go from first to last with one guy, that means you're going to live and die with De'Aaron. And if De'Aaron happens not to be on the floor, look like you won't win a basketball game.
No doubt. I mean, the numbers are startling. It's 125.3 points per game with him, 102.6 without him.
Yeah, a huge drop. A huge drop. So with that being said, you better make sure you have a healthy De'Aaron Fox.
That's to say the least. And obviously he looks extremely healthy. As for Mike Brown, he gets win 400.
That's nice.
And, it came against the Cavs.
Yep.
And he plays the Lakers tonight. It just all kind of seems full circle for Coach Brown a little bit.
Yeah, you talk about living your best life. Coach Brown is in that too. To move over from a championship dynasty to where you just winning ring after ring after ring to, come to Sacramento and be able to grab this new jack up and coming team and just totally change everything that's going and winning big time basketball games. Yeah, Coach B doing good.
Yeah, no, he's been doing great. And, I had a chance, I was close to the bench on Monday night, and to see his activity down on the bench.
He was animated.
He was in the game. Everybody's talked about where he got on Keegan for not shooting the three. To me, the moment of the game was that early second half where Cleveland went on a little run to start the half. Mike Brown took a quick timeout.
Mm-hmm.
The team came out with a totally different energy mode. They started trapping. They put Keegan on Daven Mitchell. They got after it defensively in that third quarter.
I'm gonna tell you my Mike Brown sighting is when the Kings are playing defense and the Cavs are swinging that ball around, and I don't know who it was, but they decided to drive to the basket, and Malik Monk
took a charge,
and Mike Brown jumped out of his seat like he had a rocket in his pants. He was so fired up because it was one of those situations where it was like, it's an aha moment. Malik, I've been on your back for a year and a half to do this, and now all of a sudden you're in the right place at the right time, my guy.
No doubt. And obviously, for all of Mike's preaching, and obviously he's willing to dish out the criticism when it's deserved, to see him give out the praise at the same time. That's why the players listen to him and they respect him.
You have to keep it 100 with your players, Scott. If you don't keep it straight, a buck with your players, you're going to lose a lot of them because players understand BS. You can't let one player just do whatever he wants to, but then try to criticize another player, because in that locker room, we are quote unquote all the same. I put blood, sweat, and tears just like anybody else. So you're going to let him do what he wants, but you're going to criticize me? Nah, that's not going to work.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely crazy. So obviously it's a great night for the Kings, and they got it done 132 to 120, and now they get a chance to go down to LA, and the Lakers are coming off a huge win last night, blowing out the Grizzlies team that just seems to be totally lost right now.
Memphis is taking it lumps.
Yeah.
They are taking their bumps. And, I hope John Morant is looking at each and every last one of these losses and really understanding that, yeah, you will get over this. Yeah, your money's going to hurt a little bit, but it's not going to kill you. You're still going to be able to do what you want to do. But look at what you've done to this team.
No doubt.
You've decimated this team. This team is nothing because you're not on the floor.
They're 2-9, and they've got a long ways to go without him still.
Yeah, this team is nothing without you on the floor. So, I really hope players really take a look at that. Draymond Green is going to have 5 games he's going to have to look at to say, okay, was it worth it?
Yeah, I was going to save that to the next segment. You brought it up, though, because obviously that's the breaking news. Draymond Green suspended 5 games for what happened last night in the altercation with Minnesota. Does the punishment fit the crime?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I was talking with Whitey a little bit earlier. I said, I didn't have a problem with Draymond coming in and grabbing Rudy Gobert. Didn't have a problem at all with that. But to hold that man in the headlock for 10 minutes, no way. No way. If you would have came in and grabbed him and just pulled him off your player and let him go, you good. I'm breaking up a fight. Man, you held that man like you was a pit bull. Come on, bro. I'm telling you, back in our day, never would have went down like that. They would have had to clear that whole arena. But, I was trying to describe to Whitey. I'm like, Whitey, come on now. Draymond Green does that because he knows no one else is going to buck up to him. I said, but if you played in the 80s and in the 90s, no way. Can you imagine Draymond Green grabbing Xavier McDaniels like that?
Oh, no. And living to tell about it?
Charles Oakley?
No chance.
Okay. I could throw some more out there. I said, even a guard, Bernie Maxwell.
Yeah. Oh, no way.
Mad
Max, no chance at that.
Patrick Ewing. Yeah. Anybody in
Mason,
the league.
Another one.
Anthony Mason.
Forget
right.
about it.
Ain't gonna happen.
Bill Laimbeer.
Yeah.
Rick Mahorn.
Chuck Barkley. Bro, no, ain't no way that's going to go down like that. But Draymond Green knows nobody in today's game is going to check him.
Yep, no doubt. Now, too bad it couldn't be 6 games because obviously he comes back just in time for the tournament game on the 28th against the Kings.
Yeah. That makes for great basketball, though.
Yeah, yep, it does. They would allow him to miss on that one. But the whole thing was kind of crazy. And yeah, he overreacted. Gobert did put his arms around Klay Thompson.
True. And that's why I said
Draymond Green could have reacted, but not the way he did.
That's why I said I had no problem with Draymond Green grabbing Rudy Gobert, even if he had him up high around the neck. If you grab Rudy Gobert, get him off of your guy and let him go, you're good.
Right.
You're good. I'm just policing my teammate. I'm helping my guy. But the way he held on and how long he held on, oh no, ain't no way.
No way.
It would have been some smoke in the city.
I agree with you, no doubt. It's a different league today. There's no doubt about
that.
it.
That is true.
It's not the league you play.
No,
it
ain't
ain't the same league.
They soft as table butter.
No doubt. All right, if you want to join the program, 1-800-920-1140. Game night underway from the Sactown Sports 1140 studios. We'll be with you until 6:30 tonight. When we come back, we'll start talking a little bit about the Lakers. Obviously, they're playing well. Also, they're going to look to try and even up the season series against the Kings. We'll get into that and a lot more right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
All righty, we are staying live on YouTube.
Fantastic. Kyle, first of all, major kudos to you. You said that the Minnesota Timberwolves were going to be one of the better teams in the Western Conference. I said no chance. They're 8-2 right now. They're playing good basketball.
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
Still early, but they're playing well.
Are a good basketball team. And it's almost like any team that has Rudy Gobert at the center of their defense is going to be an elite defensive unit.
And they are the number 1 defensive team in the league right now.
That they are. And Anthony Edwards is
a superstar. Well, he's an all-star.
They're turning over the offense to him. And the thing that stinks is that his timeline doesn't line up with the rest of the team because he is only 22 and he's got some developing to do, probably 2 or 3 years worth. But at the same time, as long as they keep turning over that offense to him, they are going to be maybe a top half offense. I mean, any team that has Karl Towns and Rudy Gobert is not going to be elite offensively, but they're sacrificing elite offense for
the Cat is the
defense.
best outside shooter in NBA history.
I was watching Inside yesterday, and they said Jokic was the best shooting big man in history.
Well, it's not the Big Cat, I'll tell you that.
Big man.
Yeah. All right, what do we got going on in the chat?
Some people were asking about Alex Len because he had the ankle injury on Monday. He's got a high ankle sprain, and he's going to be out for at least tonight, probably a good bit longer. But just for people who didn't hear the update, Alex Len has a high ankle sprain.
Yep, thanks for updating us on that. And the thing that was so curious is Len playing and JaVale McGee just kind of falling by the wayside. Now we're going to see McGee again here, High Flyer.
That's why, Scott, you have to be professional because you never know when your number is going to be called. Okay, JaVale McGee could have went into his pouting, his pity bag. Okay, coach then gave Len my playing time. Last 2 games, I haven't seen the floor. All of a sudden, Len goes down. Now, your number's called once again. You have to be ready. And once again, you have to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So, you have to stay professional because your number can be called at any particular time.
Yeah, and Len should be okay. Trey Lyles, I'm a little concerned about him.
I am too, because I really didn't know what type of injury they were talking about Trey Lyles had until I really started digging into it. Then, it comes to find out that it's a calf injury. And I think a lot of NBA teams now are really taking a long look at calf injuries because of what happened to Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
That calf injury can definitely turn into an Achilles injury.
Right.
And that's something that's way more substantial.
No doubt. You cannot rush that. And it's been proven in this league on several occasions that it's a bad mistake to do so. For the Lakers, obviously LeBron James and AD, we'll see both of them were playing on back-to-backs. LeBron was listed as questionable. AD was probable against the Grizzlies last night. I would assume both of them would play tonight against the Kings. I mean, there's no reason they won't.
Well, they can't allow themselves to not be a full strength against the Kings because the Kings aren't a pushover anymore.
Welcome back in the game night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. Getting you ready for the Kings and the Lakers, game 2 of the 4-game set this year between these two teams. As the Lakers coming off a big win against Memphis, the Kings coming off a big win against Cleveland on Monday night. We gave you the injury updates for Sacramento, for LA in this game. They're going to be without Jared Vanderbilt and Gabe Vincent. AD and LeBron most likely will play in this one, as we were touching upon earlier. I know you've harped on this, and I know you were talking about it earlier today with Drapes and with Mr. Gleason, but you don't see Kings-Lakers as a rivalry. I know Kings fans do. Lakers fans don't. That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly. Our fans will always stick to that because that was our heyday. That was the only thing that they had to hang their hat on. But for Lakers fans, no, the Kings wasn't a rivalry right after, Webb and Bibb and all those guys were gone. That was over with. You can ask LeBron James, okay, how many years LeBron been in LA now? And
his 4th year.
Okay, it's 4th year. And I can tell you can ask Bron, is the Lakers a rivalry? He'd be like, no, not really. What happened? I mean, are the Kings a rivalry? Like, no.
I would agree with that. Lakers don't see the Kings as a rivalry.
No, not at all.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But certainly for the Kings, this game is meaningful, as it is for the Lakers right now, because, again, if the Kings win this game, they can at least split the season series, and based on tiebreakers, they could have the overall advantage against LA this early in the year.
Well, this is another game to where the Kings look at it like this. Okay, De'Aaron's back. You have your full roster. Now we need to step on accelerator because we already had a bump in the road. It's time to step on accelerator and get as many wins as possible because who knows when that next bump is going to come up.
Yeah, no doubt. You store victories now like a squirrel.
You have to because, you have to understand the winner is coming. You will have another downfall.
No doubt. And this is a long road trip for Sacramento. It starts tonight in LA. It's not that far, but this is a 6-game road trip for the Kings.
And if you can get this game tonight, it will be a great tone setter.
It will.
To go into LA and be able to win.
No doubt. That would be huge for them. All right, let's break down the Lakers a little bit. What have you seen so far from them?
Not much. I know this. If Anthony Davis isn't on the floor, the Lakers have no chance. AD is the engine that drives that car. And yes, I'm saying that even with LeBron on that team. LeBron is only going to be able to take that team so far. If he don't have AD in there as far as being the motor, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, AD is the one who has to drive the car. There's no doubt about that. But the Lakers this year in comparison to last year, do you think they're a better team overall?
Not really. I don't think they are still heavily dependent on those two guys. I honestly thought that Gabe Vincent would come in and be a much larger contributor than what he is. You have the other young guard. I thought LeBron showed a lot of compassion for him to get him going, but he's playing at an average.
You're talking about Austin Reeves?
Yeah, Austin Reeves. And at the point guard spot, D'Lo is too up and down for me. Mm-hmm. Some nights he shows you that, yes, he can be that guard, but the Lakers need that number 3 that's going to be solid. All teams that are talking about trying to do something big, they have a big 3. We laughing about Minnesota right now. We're like, whoa, Minnesota's playing some good ball. Minnesota still have a big 3. You got Rudy Gobert, you got Ant-Man, you got Karl Anthony Towns. Mm-hmm. Now, Rudy Gobert isn't going to score 20 points every night, but I'm talking about defensively, he's a big 3.
Yeah.
So every team has that. Even our team, we got a big 3. They might not be the hugest 3, but you got De'Aaron, Sabonis, and you throw Keegs off in there, or you can throw Kevin Huerter, but we got so many other weapons that's coming off the bench. Right. We got so many other weapons that come off the bench that can be that number 3.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, the Lakers at 6-5 right now, but they are 5-0 at home. They've played well at crypto.com.
Now that's surprising for them to be able to, manifest the wins big time on their home floor. That's what Mike Brown is trying to get the Sacramento Kings to do, is to be dominant on their home floor first and foremost, and then go out on the road and manufacture some wins.
No doubt. Both teams have won 3 straight. The Kings, by the way, they're 4-1 at home so far this year.
And like I said, that's where they're trying to get to.
Yep.
They want to make Golden One a very, very tough place to play. You know, Mike Brown is always thinking championship. I like that about him. He doesn't care about, okay, well, we've done this. Like I said, making the playoffs and the 16-year drought, it was nice for Mike, but he didn't really relish on that.
No.
He was like, okay, we made the playoffs. This is what we're supposed to do.
Exactly.
You know, his end-all be-all is that championship. He's trying to take steps to get there.
Yep. And of course, being with Cleveland and LA, he knows what it's all about, and certainly with the Warriors as well. All right, let's break down this Kings road trip a little bit. It starts in LA. They go to San Antonio on Friday. It's one of the in-season tournament games. Our first look at Wembanyama in San Antonio. Then they go to the Mavs on Sunday. They're playing great as well, 8-3. Then you've got 2 games in New Orleans against the Pelicans on Monday the 20th, Wednesday the 22nd, before heading to Minnesota on the 24th. So they're going to be out on the road a little bit. They're playing Western Conference teams for all 6 games, and they're playing some pretty good competition too. This is no easy road trip for the Kings.
So what's a positive road trip for you number-wise?
Well, I think on this trip, if you go 3-3, you're feeling pretty good. If you're 4-2, I think it's a great road trip.
Okay.
What do you think?
I ride with you on that.
Okay.
And like I said, and if you want to make up for that Houston debacle, you go 5-1.
Okay. 5-1 would be an unbelievable road trip.
But what I'm saying is that you make up for that Houston debacle.
Yep.
5-1 has to be there.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Obviously, San Antonio feels like, quote unquote, the most winnable game on this road trip, but you never know how those all shake out. We've seen that too many times.
Hey, you have to take it game by game. I know we just threw some numbers out there, but we're just talking about what will we say would be a great road trip. We still worried about the Lakers tonight, and then we'll start thinking about San Antonio after this game. But you take it game by game.
You have to take it game by game. And obviously for the Lakers, you talked about their big 3, obviously, with Davis and LeBron James. If we want to throw D'Angelo in there, maybe he's part of their big 3. I'm not so sure if that's the case or not. They certainly did go out and get a lot of players in the offseason. We mentioned Gabe Vincent, who probably won't play tonight. Christian Wood is another big get for them. He hasn't done much for them. I'm kind of surprised. I thought Christian Wood was a guy who might flourish in LA.
See, that's the thing. You know, they got players who, you know, so-called could come there and make a big splash, but nobody still hasn't made that splash. And, you know, when I look at the Lakers, I look at them right now as these guys are 2 total different players, but I still think it's the same sentiment when you look at what's going on out there on the floor. LeBron is the exact same thing they had with Kobe in his last 2 years. You know, they are so dominant with the ball that everybody stands around and negates to just wait on them to do something Herculean. They don't interject their part of the game.
Yeah, no doubt. LeBron still demands the ball, and well, he should. I mean, the guy is still a marvel. He only played 23 minutes last night, so he should be a little more rested than he might be otherwise for tonight's game. But he hasn't shown – do you see anywhere in his game, maybe on the defensive end a little bit, where he has slowed down?
Yeah. Yes, because his game has changed.
Okay.
You know, think about this. Miami LeBron. The way he used to bring the ball up court, I mean, fly up court and just take off and just tear the rim off. Yes, LeBron can still dunk the basketball, but he doesn't play with that exact same explosiveness like he does. He picks and chooses now when he wants to turn on the Jets. You know, if you look at on the offensive end, LeBron James used to cut more. He used to move a lot more. LeBron James gets the ball in his hands now. He stands. He directs traffic. He probes down. He has the Charles Barkley bag down. He has the old man game now.
All right. Fair enough. Well, it's still awfully good. It's one of the best in the league.
You got to respect it.
You got to respect old man LeBron.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, we'll go around the league. We get you caught up on all the other news going on, all the other games from last night and today as well. Game Night, being brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Check out their full line of luxury vehicles at mbofstockton.com. More of Game Night right here. Sactown Sports, 1140.
All righty. We are live on YouTube.
Kyle, what do we got?
All right. Our good friend Manny Too Legit has a Kings question. By the way, the two-way players are in Stockton tonight, so I think the Kings are only suiting up 11 for the game. but not that that'll make too much of a difference.
And that's an interesting point because no Keon Ellis.
No, Keon will be there.
Back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Colby Jones won't be there. Folsom Lake Ford won't be there. And
Folsom Lake Ford? Is that what you're calling him now?
That's his nickname. Yeah. Jordan Ford. He's Folsom High School, so he's Folsom Lake Ford.
Okay.
Him and Slauson won't be there.
Okay, but obviously Keon's on a two-way as well.
Is he? Because those are the three two-way players.
Okay,
anyway,
they must have picked them up for a full-time
contract. I was about to say, KE is first guard off the bench. So
no doubt. And that begs the question.
Yeah.
Is Davian going to get off the bench anytime soon?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know because, right now, Keon is bringing an element that really helps this team win. I'm not saying Davion don't, but Keon is a different type of guy. Davion is one of our best defenders as far as picking up the ball. But as far as in the half-court defensive scheme, Keon is bringing something that Davion doesn't as far as, being in the right place, having some size, having some length. All of those things come into the factor when you're playing defense on the other side.
That was what our guy Manny was going to ask. So presumably on defense, LeBron will be guarded by Keegan Murray, we're guessing, right?
Okay.
I'll buy that.
Okay, so do you think Keegan will avoid foul trouble if he's tasked with guarding LeBron all night?
He's going to have to be because LeBron IQ, and me and Scott just talked about this. A young LeBron James, he probably wouldn't have to worry about it. But an old veteran LeBron James, the way he is, he's going to create contact. And as soon as you touch LeBron, it's a foul. And LeBron knows how much of a intricate part Keegan is on our defensive side. So, you're going to guard me? Yes, I'm going to come down here in the post, and if you touch me, it's going to be a foul. You're going to get in foul trouble, or you're going to let me go, and I'm going to have my way at the rim.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, I did look up Keon's contract. It says he was signed using a two-way.
Interesting.
So,
well,
so if it's been moved to a full contract, he's got a qualifying offer. He becomes a restricted free agent for next season. The qualifying offer is $1.9 million.
Interesting. So according to our friend Jason Anderson,
yes,
the three players who are gone tonight are Jordan Ford, Colby Jones, and Jalen Slauson.
Okay.
So
Colby Jones has a guaranteed contract being a first-round pick.
Interesting. So Colby is just going.
Yes,
with
he's
the
just
team.
going down. So that's the clarification. I should have listened to you carefully. Since every first-round pick has a guaranteed contract, so Keon still is on a two-way contract, which begs the question. He can only play so many games up, I believe, on the two-way contract, or they have to make him a full-time. And how would that work? They'd have to waive somebody else to do that, which they probably would in that scenario.
Yeah, or send someone down to the G League like Slauson.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming back in 10.
So KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Want to join the program? You can anytime in the next half hour. 1-800-920-1140. We're up and running in the YouTube chat room at Sactown Sports as well. Some good conversation in the breaks there. We encourage you to go online, give us a like, and you can watch the program from there. All right, we'll focus in on Kings and Lakers in the next segment and everything the Kings need to do to get their second consecutive win against LA. But we're going to go around the league right now. We're talking about the Lakers in LA, but there's that other team, the Clippers, who continue to lose on a regular basis, especially ever since they've gotten James Harden. Losers in Denver last night. Now they're 0 with James Harden.
How do you navigate that? It's tough. How do you navigate having James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George, and we're not even talking about the complimentary group that comes off the bench, but just those four guys, and you struggle to win? You definitely wouldn't think that was nowhere in the equation where you struggle with those four towers right there.
And the question is, will it take them 10 to 20 games and they'll be okay, or are they going to struggle the whole year.
I was about to say, or is it going to work at all?
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to be the main question.
No doubt. And obviously they're feeling a lot of heat right now. I mean, they have one of the worst records in the Western Conference right now. You look at the Clippers, they're at 3-7. They've lost their last 6.
Wow. I mean, I wasn't buying in. You know.
I know.
We talk about it. I've never bought in on the James Harden to the Clippers. I still hasn't fully gotten over Russell Westbrook with them. You know, I still think Russ is still trying to find his way. So now you got 2 of your main 4 that's trying to find their way. And I think your other 2 is probably, diverting a lot over to those guys to see if they can get going.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, part of it, they're saying they're just too small with that lineup, right? They're just getting hammered inside. Obviously, last night, the Joker took full advantage of it. The Joker's going to take full advantage of anybody in the league, but is it too much small ball?
Evidently. It's something, I really can't say, Scott. I haven't even had a chance to watch one game of the Clippers, but it's something, man, because they can't win. You would think that, like right now, if you would take a USA team, right?
Yep.
You would take each and every last one of those guys over there with you.
They'd all be there.
So, why they can't manufacture wins in this league, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out. Well, part of it too, Zubats hasn't really fit in with that unit at all. Do you think this will help? Woj sending out I wouldn't call it a bomb. I don't think it qualifies as a Woj bomb, but a Woj nugget maybe. The Pacers have agreed on a contract buyout with Daniel Tice, clearing the way for him to sign a free agent deal with the Clippers. Will Tice help them at all inside?
I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm just not warm and fuzzy with the James Harden deal. I'm sorry. Anything else, Scott, is still lackluster to me. It's like, whatever.
Okay, I hear you. Since I mentioned the Pacers, we'll move again to what Indiana's doing right now because they're playing great basketball, and Tyrese Halliburton is playing out of his mind. 17 assists again last night. Last 2 games, 32 assists, 0 turnovers.
Wow.
Nada.
How efficient is that?
That is incredible.
Scott, I mean, we knew this young man is special. We knew it. We seen it from the very beginning. And I had no doubt that he was going to go to Indiana and really help that team and turn them around. I'm happy for T, man. I will root for him until he gets done playing basketball because he was our guy.
Yeah, those are just some amazing numbers that he's putting up right there. And Indiana, a lot of people think they're the team on the rise, that they could be the team that surprises a lot of others in the Eastern Conference.
Long as you got a bunch of young talent there that you get those guys to play at a high level, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, well, they certainly played well last night. A big-time victory for them. They beat the 76ers 132-126, rounding out Tyrese's numbers, 33.7 rebounds and 15 assists, and that was after a 39-point effort from Embiid.
Ooh, Tyrese feeling himself right now, ain't he?
He is. There's no doubt. He's playing well, and you had 2 great Tyreses on the floor last night with Tyrese
Maxey and Halliburton. I like what Maxey is doing down in Philly.
Yep.
You get rid of the cancer. Now Tyrese Maxey can flourish. I'm a believer in that. I'm buying it.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, 2 teams that are on the road trip for the Kings, the Pels and the Mavericks. New Orleans winning this one 131-110. Some tough news. CJ McCollum has a collapsed lung again. He's not playing.
Wow.
Second time
again.
It's happened for him. So, of course, we hope that.
Now, are they saying how his lung keep collapsing?
I did not hear what happened. I'll have to look that one up. I just know that he's out indefinitely, and obviously that's tough. I mean, they played great without him. That's the secondary story here, of course.
The one thing that come to mind when you hear something like that about CJ is COVID. Because some people are really having respiratory problems even a long time after they've tested negative for COVID, if they had it before. But I know a lot of people that are really still struggling from the residual of COVID.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Zion Williamson appears to be in much better condition than he has been earlier in his career. He looks better. He's playing better. And obviously, if he can get back to where he was when he kind of first came into the league and where he was at the beginning of last season, the Pelicans could be really good.
Oh, yeah, definitely a freak. Once again, a top 3. CJ, Zion, and B.I., they could definitely get it done. But for early on, though, when they were struggling a little bit, I heard Zion had some grumblings about he wasn't happy.
Well, he said he was trying to get used to what they're doing.
Right.
Was the quote.
Yeah.
I would think for a couple $100 million, I could just do it. I wouldn't have to really try.
Well, you're going to get a couple $100 million even if you go to the YMCA and play.
Yeah.
He's going to get that money.
Yeah, exactly. All right. We talked about the Warriors and the T-Wolves. Minnesota winning back-to-back games in Golden State. The Warriors have lost 3 straight at home. Now, they didn't play with Steph last night. Obviously, they didn't play with Clay for a while, and then they didn't play with Draymond either. So take it for what it is. But
hey, I'm going to tell you this. Just like Houston has stepped up and playing some good ball, you can't sleep on Minnesota, man. Minnesota got some good talent. They got some guys who can get the job done, and they can win some games.
Yeah, no doubt. Spurs and Thunder played last night. It was the build-up, the Holmgren, Wembanyama showdown. There was no showdown whatsoever. Thunder blowing out San Antonio 123-87. The Thunder have a lot of great young talent. Obviously, the Kings took advantage of them last Friday night here, but the Thunder are trending up. They're 7-4.
I like what the Thunder has. Once again, young talent led by a very good point guard, a coach that is letting his young players play, and they're buying into his system.
Yeah, they are definitely buying into his system. So the Thunder, definitely a team that I would say is on the rise. All right, let's take a look at the games that we have on tap tonight in the association. Right now, you've got the Mavs beating up on the Wizards. They're in their second night of a back-to-back. No problem with Washington. Are the Wizards the worst team in the league?
They're down there, yes.
They're terrible.
They are definitely down there. It seemed like when they moved on from Bradley Beal, they still didn't bring anything back that would replace him, and rightfully so. It's hard to replace Bradley Beal, legitimate all-star, But right now, it seems like they're a team that's just on a straight rebuild.
I agree. It just seems like a team that I won't say they don't care. Every team cares, of course, but it doesn't seem like this is a team that really is trying to make a playoff push.
Well, it doesn't seem like this is a team that looks at their chances to say, okay, we have a legitimate chance to make a run at something special here.
Yeah, no doubt. Knicks and Hawks right now. Atlanta's in a second night of a back-to-back. They're without Trae Young for the second night. Him and his wife had a child, so he's out of the game. And we'll see what happens there. But Atlanta's a team under Quinn Snyder that has been playing better.
Yeah, but I think they're
correction. Trae Young is back tonight. So he didn't play last night, but he is back tonight.
I think they're under the gun, though.
Okay.
I honestly think they're under the gun. They move on from John Collins. That was huge for them. Trae being one that's been disgruntled. I'm not happy with X. I'm not happy with Y or Z. So you make a couple of moves. So I think if they don't play well this year, I'm not saying Quinn's going to be on the chopping blocks, but as far as their roster, they're going to move a lot of pieces.
I like Jalen Johnson though. I think he's a nice piece for them.
Okay.
I'm impressed with what he's done. Obviously first round pick out of Duke. I think he's got a huge upside.
Right. And then they have Murray, right?
Yep. DeJounte Murray's playing great right now, too.
Yes. So now if you can get Murray and Trae to clicking, you might need one other piece. But if they don't click the way they need to and they still lose games, what do you do?
Yeah. You don't have a lot else to fall on.
Right. You don't.
No, that's true. Celtics in Philadelphia. That's the marquee matchup tonight. Celtics are 8-2. Philly is 8-2. Right now, Celtics leading in Philadelphia 80-73. That game's in the late third quarter.
I think Philly didn't put themselves right back in contingency as one of the top runners in the East. Shout out to my man B Jack, bro. Do your thing. We happy for you down there in Philly. They're playing good basketball.
Yep.
For a minute, I wasn't even putting them in the running. I was like, okay, well, it's just going to be Milwaukee and Boston. But for what they're doing and how Nick has those guys playing, you got Maxey that's playing like an all-star. Of course, Embiid is going to be the all-star. And I really think now you can probably get the best out of Tobias Harris. you can really see what Tobias Harris can bring at that number 3 spot. So they're playing good.
Yeah, right now Kelly Oubre's out. Again, he was in a car accident, broken rib. Hopefully he's not out for too long. Hopefully he recovers well. But when he comes back, the 76ers are going to be that much better.
They have some depth now. You know, you got an inside-outside game. You got a big man that could be dominant down low. You got some very nice jump shooters that's around the perimeter. And then you got some slashers who can get to the basket and score.
How about this? Bucks and Raptors. We talk about Toronto, a team that could be selling quickly if they don't turn it around, breaking it up. Bucks are without Giannis tonight, calf injury, but they're blowing out Toronto on the road. They're up 93-63 in this game without the Greek Freak.
Well, the Bucks have a lot to rely on, okay?
Damian's gone for 35 and 10 so far in this game.
And there you go. You still have another alpha that's going to come up big for them. And, you know, and it's crazy now how it was Giannis and Middleton. And now you're not even talking about Middleton no more. Mm-hmm. It's Giannis, Dame, and if Middleton wants to sprinkle in some things, that's why I say that's what makes that team a lot more dangerous, because you have 2 legitimate all-stars now, and now Middleton, who was supposed to be that Robin, he can just float and be that third guy. He can come up big for you also.
Yeah, no doubt. But Toronto's a team that, boy, it just feels like it could come apart really quickly. And same thing for the Bulls. They're 4-7. Magic's blowing them out. Bulls are at home 50-33. This game's at halftime. Part of the news story with Chicago, Bulls frustrated Levine, he's called, dodging trade talk, but already the rumors are circulating that the Bulls are going to move Zach LaVine.
That's their main piece.
Yep.
You know, and when you start talking about moving your franchise guy, that puts you into rebuild mode, because after Zach, you got Zukowskis and who else that's a main staple? I mean, Caruso's on there.
DeRozan.
He'll always be a commodity for somebody.
Sure.
You know, but he's getting up there in age. So
he is. That's true, but he can contribute.
Right, but nobody's going to take him as a long-time contributor. He might be a 1-2 year done guy.
Yeah, no doubt. Zach's quotes. Right now is not the time to really talk about that. He was asked about trade rumors Wednesday morning. We play the Orlando Magic tonight. We'll try and get a win. If something comes out later on, that'll be the time I talk about it. Well, that might be tomorrow, because the Chicago media is getting very frustrated too with this team.
Yeah, and that's the problem with being in a big market. You in a big market, man, it definitely gets highlighted. You can't hide anything. You can't, wait until the fall clears, because they want results now.
Yeah, there's nowhere to run or hide in Chicago, that's for sure. But right now, it's a mess for the Bulls. They are a team that is trending low. All right, T-Wolves and Suns, as we said, Kyle's Timberwolves are 8-2. They're leading the Suns right now. It's very early on. The Suns are just 4-6. They still have been playing without their big 3 for the most part this season. It's been a tough time getting them all out on the floor together. Durant's been out there for the most part, but they've been without Bradley Beal, who still hasn't really had a chance to get into this lineup.
Okay, when you look at what Phoenix has done,
yep,
and I'm not talking just a small sample size of these 10 games.
Yep,
yay or nay, you buying or you selling?
Selling, and I never thought it was going to work just with them. I thought after the big trade went down and they got some pieces from Portland, when the whole thing came around, and we saw them pick up a couple of pieces, and they moved DeAndre Ayton. I thought Nurkic would be a good fit there. I was kind of buying in on that. I thought they got some extra depth. Grayson Allen coming, I thought would help them. They're both in the starting lineup, but still, I don't know. This team still does not feel like a championship caliber team.
I'm with you, man. I mean, it just don't feel warm and creamy for me.
No.
Even though you have Kevin Durant, the Durantula, one of the best scorers the league has ever seen, and D-Book, it just don't seem like it meshes right now. No. I mean, and it might come along. We said the same thing with Kyrie and Luka last year.
Yep.
And look what they're doing now.
No, absolutely. But it did not come around in year one.
At all.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see when Bradley Beal can get back on the court regularly, what it means for the Suns. All right. When we come back, Kings and Lakers, that's the matter at hand. We'll get you ready for that. This is Game Night. It's brought to you by Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Sacramento. If you have a heart of service, you want to do something good for the kids in need in this community, this could be a great cause for you. There's so many kids who are in need of mentors. They have one parent. They could use a mentor. Maybe that's you. 916-646-9300. You can call and find out all about it. You can also visit bbbs-sac.org to learn about how to become a volunteer mentor. More of Game Night right here, Sactown Sports 1140.
All righty, we are clear, and our out time is 24:30.
All right, great.
Did you say that the Chicago Bulls scored 33 points in a half of NBA basketball?
Yeah, they're down 50-33
against Orlando.
And Orlando's a pretty good team. Let's not throw shade on the Magic. This is an up and coming team as well.
This is the year that they stop actively trying to lose. Yes, that is fair. And that trade, I think all of the details of that Vucevic trade are done now. I think all of the picks have been spent, and I think it ended up being Vucevic for Wendell Carter, the pick that became Franz Wagner, and then the pick that whoever Orlando got in the first round this last year did not turn out the way that the Bulls hoped it would.
No, not at all. And honestly, when they made the moves, I thought the Bulls were going to be good. I thought with that big three, Levine, Vucevic, and DeRozan, I thought they'd be a contending team. I was wrong.
I thought they would be decent also, and especially playing in the East where, the big threes aren't really Herculean like that. But, that just goes to show that, everything that glitters ain't gold.
Yeah. And the Chicago Bulls, they kind of succeed. They won one playoff game as a big three. They got one playoff win in Milwaukee.
Who's coaching in Chicago now?
Billy Donovan.
BD, right.
Yeah, Billy Donovan's still there for now.
Exactly. He's been let go before.
Yeah, and this whole thing looks like it's on the precipice of falling apart, but I don't think they want to do a full-scale teardown again. Most of the whispers are that they want to trade Levine for a proven commodity who might be disgruntled somewhere else.
Who's most in the market for Levine? I mean, obviously there's going to be a lot of suitors, but if you had to pick 2 or 3 teams, where does he go?
You're not going to get another All-Star back for him. I can tell you that now.
Oh, for sure. And you're giving up a number one or maybe a couple number ones.
I'm saying, but you're not going to get an All-Star back for Zach LaVine because all the All-Stars, their teams are pretty much happy with them.
Yeah,
I know the teams that have been floated out are Philadelphia and the Lakers want to get involved, but I don't see a path for either of those teams to really make the trade happen.
Because that contract is kind of heavy.
And there's a kicker that he gets like a 15% pay raise if he gets traded.
The Sixers, because of the Clippers trade, have some flexibility now because they've got expiring contracts.
And
they can go after a massive contract. So Philadelphia could be the spot.
And you know what? That'll be a nice pickup for them.
Yeah.
If they can get a guy like Zach LaVine, that just puts them up in that top 3 echelons big time. That really solidifies them.
Yeah, think about that. You have Maxey running the point.
Man, was Zach
Levine at the 2, Embiid at the 5, Harris at the 4, Oubre coming back.
Oh, they might have to trade Tobias to make the deal happen. But besides the point, they'd be great.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? No. If I'm Philly, the way you're playing right now, I'm not moving Tobias.
Leave it as is. Okay.
It's tough.
Wrapping things up on Game Night right here, Sactown Sports 1140. Scott Marshall on with the High Flyer, Henry Turner. Game Night being brought to you by National Garage Door. Call today for your basketball special, 916-638-4554. We'll take you until 6:30 tonight. Bottom of the hour, Kings Live pregame coming your way. Jason Ross will sit in this chair I'm in. He'll be with the High Flyer. The G-Man will be ready to go from LA as well. He'll have the call tonight from crypto.com, 7 o'clock tip, Kings and Lakers. Of course, the Kings getting that big win at home, 132-127. Last time they were here in LA. Obviously, it's a big game tonight, Henry. What are some of the things you're looking at to see tonight from the Kings? Obviously, they're riding high 3-game win streak, but the Lakers are as well.
Well, I think number one thing you look at for the Sacramento Kings is the pace of the game. LA got AD down there. They got LeBron. They're kind of big. I think the Kings' speed is the best thing, the best attribute that they have that can really combat length. So if the Kings can play at their pace, Lakers have nothing for them. I don't think the Lakers can keep up with Sacramento once they start going up and down the way they can.
Yeah, and obviously, if you're just tuning in, Alex Len, who hurt his ankle on Monday night in the Cavs game, he will not be available tonight. So we'll obviously see a lot more of JaVale McGee off the bench tonight.
Yep, JaVale Boogie. I have no problem with that.
Yeah,
I think JaVale is professional enough to where he's going to be just fine, and he will be able to give you something out there as far as on the defensive end and blocking shots and creating a little the defensive mechanism.
Yeah, we were talking about this in the chat room. There you go. That's right. We were talking about this during one of the chat sessions during the break. Daven Mitchell was a goose egg on Monday night. Keon Ellis, and with De'Aaron back, feels like Mike Brown's found that backcourt point guard combination he likes. Not to say that Davian won't play. I don't want to say that, but what do you make of where Davian's at right now, High Flyer?
I mean, Scott, at this particular point though, bro, you can't play everybody. So where does he play? Okay. De'Aaron's going to eat up most of the minutes at point. And then if Coach Brown is still adamant about rewarding Ellis for how he's playing, Ellis is going to get some backup minutes. So now we got Herter, who's back with a little icing on his game. He's playing back good basketball, right? Yep. You got Malik Monk, which is your microwave. He's coming off the bench at that 2 spot. And then you got Duarte, who plays pretty good defense as far as on big guards. Where do you bring in a small guard at Davion?
It's a great question. And the thing I don't think we ever would have talked about is if we were talking about Davion not playing, it would have been because he's not hitting 3-pointers, offensively maybe not doing. We would never say it's because on the defensive end. And I'm not saying he's playing bad defense, but Mike Brown loves the way Keon Ellis plays the point defensively.
Because he's long, Scott. Davion guards the ball great.
Yeah.
He's great on the ball. But when you talk about getting into passing lanes, getting deflections, getting rebounds, all those other things, Keon Ellis is getting it done for Mike Brown.
He is, and Mike Brown talks about just his natural ability to understand when to go under screens, when to go over screens. It's like just something that comes to him naturally that doesn't necessarily come to everybody else on the team.
Well, it's not naturally, Scott. It's a part to where Keon's been playing ball for a while. This is Davion's 3rd year. I mean, he should know, but still, overall, Keon Ellis' defensive mind is much more advanced than his.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see tonight. All right, the Lakers are at home. They've won 3 straight. The Kings are on the road. They've won 3 straight. It's first of 6 consecutive road games for the Kings. They'll be out through Thanksgiving. All of them Western Conference games. Important for them to get off to a nice start tonight. Any other things you're looking for, High Flyer?
Nope. Just for the Kings to play their style of basketball. I feel like if they do that, they'll put themselves in a good position.
All right, that's going to do it for game night. For the High Flyer, I'm Scott Marsh. Kings Live pregame's coming up next at the bottom of the hour. Tip tonight, 7 o'clock, Kings and Lakers. G-Man will have the call for that. We'll have Kings basketball for you all evening long here. It's game 204 between Sacramento and LA. We'll see if Sacramento can at least secure themselves a series tie for the year tonight. That's what's on the line at crypto.com. Enjoy Kings basketball right here. Sactown Sports, 1140.
All righty. Nice job. We will see you guys Friday for the next game night. The Kings are playing against the Spurs in the play-in tournament. So, all righty. See you guys later.